Buonasera a tutti. Good evening.
Jesus.
If that gave anyone
Can
shivers.
someone get Jordan a towel?
Talera, Ham, welcome.
Aeoncraft
oh
just
my
subscribed.
gosh, for 8 months. Thank you so much,
What a wild
Aeoncraft.
guy.
Hey, Aeon. Amazing to have you here. And everybody. I have super fun stuff and for tonight, and just a general hi to everybody. I don't know, just excited. Well, we're going to go straight into
What the fuck?
no, we're going to go straight into Adventure Elrath, who also says hello and hi.
Oh my gosh, Elrath. Okay, you know who this is, right? So always retweets, replies to every single tweet. Can never get on live. So
amazing. Laura, that's amazing. Well, look, we'll brainstorm that together, Aeoncraft. But thank you so much for everybody for joining us. I'm a little bit spacey at the moment, as you can probably tell. But we're going to start off with some shout-outs. So, who would like to start with the shout-outs?
Yeah, I've
This
got a finger
guy.
pointing at me. Check out the YouTube channel. It is up to date.
Thank
You
you
can catch
very
any
much.
old episodes on there. Maybe some that you really enjoyed, maybe some that you missed. They should be on there for your enjoyment. Tell your friends and family.
Amazing.
And thank you.
Oh my God, Ashkat, thank you so much for joining us. And I know the time zone is amazingly awful for anyone in the Northern Hemisphere. But yeah, thank you very much for coming
lucky
in.
we put them on YouTube.
Oh, I know, right?
Oh my god! The segue.
Excellent, Aeon. Thank you. Thank you very much for the shout out. Yes, and thank you very much for putting him on the YouTube as well. Your effort does not go unnoticed. Thank you, much appreciated. Next shout out. Who would like to go next? Well, I can. Great. So we've got, thanks to Meeples and Dragons, another giveaway. And here, this month, in the month of June, if everyone around the world also is in the month of June, we've got a special glass dedicated and etched to the Artificer this month. So, kudos to Dravaga, who is an Artificer, and I'm sure you'd love to get your hands on one as well. Let's get this giveaway going.
I've got my hands on one.
Oh, fantastic. But this month, it's going to be the Artificer etched glass, and you yourself can enter the draw and possibly win this amazing thing that we can send out to all countries but Quebec. If you follow some instructions that will be on our Twitter page at FATES soon after our stream ends this evening. Tabletop
The
Troops
break.
and the break. Welcome and thank you very, very much for coming on.
And should you not be lucky enough to win the glass, where could you find them otherwise?
Meeples and Dragons, and you can find them at Meeples_Dragons on Twitter, and they can link to
Or
their
us
website.
tweeting them every 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
That usually works as well.
Absolutely. So make yourself go into the draw. Do that.
What? Are you alright? Have you eaten? Are you hydrated?
I have.
I think that's the problem.
That's right. I'm all of that together. But that's my shout out. I'm so excited to give this glass away. Malik the Geek Guy. Welcome. That's my shout out, and I'll shut up for now. Continue. Go on.
I have two.
Go for it.
The first one is for someone I created a video about throughout the week, so you probably saw my terrible commentary on Twitter. But one of my favourite dice creators that's not Aeoncraft, because he is obviously also one of our favourite dice creators. This is for Banshee Workshop. I just got these in the mail. They are stunning. Like, they are so pretty. They have purple snakeskin in them. Super cool. She sent them to me in this cute little package. She had it all like wrapped up, wax sealed. She sent me a sticker. She sent me a little handwritten note that was like, "Hey Emily, thank you so much." She then DM'd me when I like told her I'd gotten them in the mail, and she was like, "You have just been so amazing." She was very kind. Nice. So kind that she actually sent me 3 extra dice
Oh, wow.
And she sent me a D8 that also has snake skin in it. She sent me a D12 that is like red and glittery, and then she sent me another snakeskin D20 that is purple, which is one of my favorite colors. The reason she picked these three is because she like did this weird thing not long ago, because I always reply to everything she says, where she was like, I'm just trying to find out from my followers like what your favorite color dice are, like that sort of thing. And I told her that I can't go past purples and golds and reds, and so she sent me one of each. So just a phenomenal human being. So thank you, Banshee Workshop. She's only on Instagram and only on Etsy, so you can find her there. I put her link up on our Twitter and also on our TikTok as well. Which, speaking of, we have TikTok. If you want to follow us on TikTok, go for it, because apparently people are, to the point where hashtag Amara is dead was like in all of the comments on TikTok last week. Last but not least, a personal shout out, if that's okay, to someone that tunes in every single week, that is tuning in from up north at the moment, to my mum, Leanne. Yeah. Love you very much. Hope you're enjoying your time at your parents'.
Beautiful.
But yeah.
Amazing.
I'm sure we should shout out your father also.
Yes.
Who also tunes in every single week.
At the very least, he just puts a little message up there at the very beginning, so thank you, Dad. Much appreciated. D20, welcome. That's okay, D20. We will do another couple of shout outs. The other... obviously, Thulrum is not here yet, and that is because he'll be here momentarily. So don't worry, he's not. No, slack. No, he's on his way. Post haste. Anyone else has a shout out?
Not really a shout out, but just something I thought if you.
Oh my gosh, Banshee Workshop's in the chat.
I know, I saw that.
I did not see that. Hello, Ash. I hope you're well.
Go on.
Awkward.
All I was going to say is, I'm not to presume anyone out there who's watching on Twitch doesn't already know how to use Twitch, but if you don't want to miss when we go live, you can actually click on that little bell, and it will send you a notification every time we go live, so you'll never miss it.
That's amazing. Hot tips from Gunnar over on my left. That's amazing. Thank you. That's really important.
It's quite cold
actually.
At the moment, actually.
It is. It's very, very cold. My next shout out is just again a personal one. So just for a quick thank you for just all of the effort with the rolling video, the overlay, the Twitter posts, the shout outs, the connecting with people. Very, very hard work, very, very hard worker, and very much a solid rock as well in as well as everybody here with your contributions. But thank you very much, Emily, for all of that hard work you put in to making.
Can't look at any of you.
To making all of this ridiculous. You'll better subscribe to this lot or run the risk of being banned. So, Aeon Craft's apparently our moderator. Thank you so much. Oh dear. Kind words. Thank you very much. But I think that, well, that's my shout out. Thank you so much for all of the effort you put in every week. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you. Amazing.
Second that.
That was deflection. Right there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Malik the Geek. That's really, really kind.
What's Malik the Geek doing?
That's he just subbed to Adventure El Rat, so enjoy that sub. And
another thing, just quickly on Malik the Geek.
Thank you very much.
Malik the Geek DM'd us and was like, "Oh, thank you, like, for shouting me out and stuff. I'm just here to support." But Malik the Geek, I will be making you a shirt that says "My fists are magical and your god is fake." And if you could DM us your address as soon as I make that, I will send that out to you. Yeah.
Amazing. Excellent. Well deserved as well.
I'm glad that of all the things I've said in this campaign is the most powerful.
So far. Excellent. Well, if that is all we are shouting out, fantastic. Okay. Let's see if this will work.
Oh, Amara lives this week, apparently. Oh, no, Kill Amara's back, okay.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Some happy music.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it is. Why not? For we're going to dive right in to a recap of session 65. So, with power, resolve, and a bit of luck, you broke the Lord of Blades, while Rook summoned Onatar to break free his companion, Agnarak, from the Lord of Blades' vile experiments. At the last, after Amara suffered in the lava, and after the Lord
Team Lava.
of the Warforged battled steel on steel, you felled him, though with ingenuity and guile and love, rather than via death. Though through the ring of true seeing aiding you, you helped him see the face of the true god, the god he had been working with, not Tiamat, who lies still in her prison on the second layer of Khyber, but Frazzrblue, who watched as the Lord of Blades cursed him, and in his last moment before walking into the lava and out of sight, broke a worldly illusion the demon prince was powering. Now, with Feriso, the Archmage, and with the Warforged looking for a leader in Victor of the Chimera, you move through the army, a lost people again, looking for Aaron de Kenneth, and looking towards the east, towards Corvair, where Frazzrblue's influence has been broken. For now. So, around you, you don't see the Lord of Blades anymore. You see tents, Warforged looking towards Victor, as Victor starts to bring together a group directly in front of you of Warforged, and a good 20 or 30 of them, and starts to whisper something in their ears as you are guided by Victor just after the fact, more towards where Victor had said he had seen Aaron de Kenneth being captured. Everyone make me a perception check.
Which Banshee Workshop dice should I use tonight? So many. Hey, that was good.
24.
Yep.
15.
Yep.
18.
Yep. No? Okay. As Gunnar looks at nothing...
Wait, I have advantage.
Ooh. As Gunnar looks at nothing but the ground in front of him. Dravago, you look around and you notice that the fiery pit is still. Just ever so slightly flowing with that. With lava, broken rock. And you notice that the army of the Warforged are also still. They're simply looking for leadership, it seems. And Victor ignores them as you all go in that line towards Aaron de Kenneth. And you notice that the demons are still around. Just flowing through, walking as though nothing is amiss. You see large, blue, bug-eyed, demonic creatures with these enormous spears that emit cold. You notice that there are these jelly-like forms that just blubber and glibber and don't form any coherent words, and as they move past you and leave this trail of slime. You notice that these spiny demons, sort of your height, holding what look to be rapiers, one in each hand, walk by in pairs. They don't seem to be taking any notice. NBCDM, welcome, hey, good to have you. You notice that they don't seem to be taking any notice of you, But every now and again you notice that they converse with the Warforged still.
I'd try listening to if there's any coherent language they're speaking.
It seems like their heads are close, but it seems like it's more telepathic. As you notice that there are nods and shakes of head and pointing, but no words spoken between them. When you do notice this, your assumption being that they are speaking silently. They seem to be pointing towards the pit, however, more than anything, with that roll that you made. You rolled an 18?
15.
15 and 18. 18 Rook.
I 18.
Both you and Dravago Rook
Intelligence 0.
notice that the Warforged seem to be, after Victor has talked to this small group, seem to be dispersing, speaking to others quietly, now in common. And you can hear things like, move around them, gather, be prepared. As 3 or 4 Warforged start to congregate around each demon that are in this general vicinity and beyond as well. Behind these 3 or 4 men white tents, you see them just start to hover and leave spaces in between, in between themselves, but grouped up where demons simply sit or move, keeping an eye on them. Another couple of minutes pass and you continue walking through the camp. The fiery pit behind you being left in the distance and out of sight. The enormous mountains of the Shadow Crags still imposing, red. The sky above you, that misty red cloud with the lightning strikes, but no thunder, still emitting, making those flashes above you. Victor turns towards you all and whispers, "Fear not. This will be over quickly. You're not in danger here. Not anymore." Feriso takes up the rear, and Feriso, in his dark blue robe that's still shimmering, but no longer having this lightning between his staff and his hand, out of battle, he simply walks with it as a support, as he moves with you silently. Although when you do glance at him, he gives you a bit of an approving nod and a smile. In all your minds, suddenly he speaks and he says, "Soon we should talk about the next step in our journey together. Tell me when that time is right." Does anyone want to do anything?
I'm probably going to be holding back for maybe Amara or Gunnar to speak to our newly resurrected friend.
If Feriso's at the back, I will probably be more towards the front.
Yep, okay.
And I'll just do that thing that you do when someone talks to you and it's really awkward.
Mm-hmm.
And you just you can tell that they've heard it and they just don't know what to say.
Okay.
Is that what you've been doing to me?
Yes. That's out of game. Not in the game.
Is Agnarak and Victor together?
They are. They're towards the rear, just in front of Feriso, and they seem to be talking amongst themselves as well.
Yeah.
You don't make out what they're saying, but it seems like one's supporting the other. Agnarak and?
Agnarak and Victor.
Sorry, Victor's at the front, Agnarak's at the back, apologies. He's talking to Feriso, and Feriso seems to be sort of supporting him.
Okay.
Physically, he's sort of putting an arm, propping him up. You can see that Agnarak is still quite weak from whatever experience that he has had, and the orc is leaning on Feriso.
Okay. And is our friend close by, Aaron Kenneth, that we were being led to?
You're being led to him, but he's nowhere. You don't know where specifically he is.
Then what do you do?
I will stay close to Thorum at the moment.
Yep.
I'd be looking for an advantageous moment to speak to Victor and Agnarak, but if Feriso's Agnarak, I'll approach.
Entering with a beer. What do you want?
I'll solve that conundrum.
Welcome Thorum, everybody.
Hey.
Wow. Welcome. Very timely. Look at that shirt. What a guy.
I will approach Feriso and Agnarak then.
Okay, so you move towards the back. They acknowledge you, but they don't. They simply nod, and they're still moving at the same pace.
How do you fare, Agnarak?
I'm tired. It's been a long journey, like a dream that I knew I was in, but it's difficult to explain. I was him, and he was me. It was painful. I knew where I was, but I couldn't do anything about it. And I prayed. And then, like opening a door to a home that you were locked in, I was able to walk. Hear my own thoughts. Understand what I was, where I was, and fight back. So I did. And every now and again I gain control. You'll be proud of me. The Lord of Blades had an intention of attacking Shan with his might back those few weeks ago, but I convinced him otherwise. I could only gain control every now and again. But it was enough, and he steered clear with my warnings.
Perhaps we were fortunate and then the Lord of Blades took you. You stubborn old goat. Could have been definitely a different story if you hadn't been the one.
I'm stubborn, all right, but I'm just glad to be here as well. Back out again. The experience before he brought me in was unpleasant, to say the least. It was unbearable. But that aside, it may not be possible for me to continue with the Chimera anymore. Not until Frazzrblue has been put down. He now stands, as I can see, as the biggest threat that Khyber bestows on the rest of the world. Not the Undying Court, nor the Gashkala, nor the pirates of the Lazar principalities can stand in their way. If he gets a foothold again, I've seen his power, as I'm sure you have.
We have remained a thorn in his side for some time now.
Good. I tend to remain, and I want to remain as such as well, but with the Gashkala, I may need to meet with them and leave here soon.
Just to re-understand, the Gash colour are with Purback at the moment, yeah?
Some of them are.
Some of them are, yeah. Perhaps in this could be advantageous to us. Purback travels with some of them.
That was my intention, to meet with Purback and the rest of them. And the Crone's army that comes down on us. I hope they find nothing here but a ruined camp. We should tell Victor to pack up quickly, for the Crones may see the Warforged has another threat, and it's an army that we need.
I agree with you, friend. But hear my ear for a moment. Your legacy's travelled far, since when we thought you had died. Your axe resides with the king, and he holds it close. Perhaps you should serve until this weapon has been passed back to you. You could do a great deal here once you've healed.
I will heal. Do you think I should go to Purback immediately after this?
I think so. I worry the army of the Crones was set as, I think, a fail-safe if we weren't to succeed here.
I agree.
I'm not too sure what their intentions are, if they're going to be happy with their lands taken back, or perhaps wish to push further. It would be good information for us to know. But I might not be able to reach out to you. I gave my communication to Victor. I feel that he is the one to lead the three.
Victor needs to lead the Warforged. That's his purpose now. He has their ear and their loyalty. Do you not agree?
It's advantageous, yes, to have one of their own. He is old and knows much of New Sire.
Well, that is settled. Feriso is sort of glancing between you and Agnarak while you're discussing it. This, and he sort of pipes up and he says, "Rook, good to see you, friend. And all is forgiven."
You are the one to forgive me.
Of course, I feel we each have our own apologies to make. I apologize, of course, for acting out and not being in control. And that was not my intention, and I apologize.
I think I'd skip a bit further forward and just kind of stop the both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And Feriso, your aim is always, I feel, with good intention.
I remained too mysterious. I remained too secretive. When I form back with the others, I will make them see more clearly.
I don't think you'll be able to reform back with the others.
How so?
The 12 have been disbanded.
So looks a bit confused. Why?
Malestra, and I feel the shortcomings of individuals.
Who decreed this?
The king. Much has happened since you were gone. There's been many tricks played here.
But Malestra still lives.
This is true.
Well, if you'll have me, I will travel with you for some time then, if my services are no longer required by the lands and the kings and the queens that govern them.
I would maybe think of disguising yourself if possible.
What should I disguise myself as?
And then I think for a moment, Ado seems to be a prevalent cause here, perhaps a priest of...
If that would fit in, then I will. That is not a problem.
I must say, you don't need to apologise to me. But there is one that you may have to. Amara.
He sort of looks towards the back of Amara and back to you. Of course. What slight does she have?
I think that's a conversation for you both to have.
Very well.
Has this conversation been longer than a minute?
Yep.
Would I have noticed if Agmax had any wounds on him, or is he just like fatigued?
He just looks fatigued.
Fatigued.
Outwardly, he looks like he's. There's no open wounds at all. No, there's no bleeding. There's no bruising. Just very lethargic.
I just said Feriso. Yeah, let me take my friend. It's been a while since we've spoken. I'd like to catch up with him.
Very well. You do that, and I will go and speak to Amara then. If now's the best time, I will see.
I think any time is that we have together is the best. And I take Agmax underneath, and I just converse about what's happened over the point of time that he's been gone. So pretty much from the beginning of the episode.
Okay.
And yeah, that'll be it.
Okay.
Excuse me, I just need to finish my wine.
As you continue walking, would anyone else like to do anything at this point?
I'm going to sidle up to Feriso and I'm going to pull out of the bag of holding.
What's his name?
Feriso.
Hey, what's the king's name?
Feriso.
I'm going to
I'm getting stressed rash. I can feel it.
pull out of the bag of holding the newspaper clipping, which described his demise, the one I had in Sean.
Yep.
If I remember correctly, that newspaper clipping holds a lot of the lies that I told about what happened to him.
Yep.
Etc. Yeah. I'm just going to pass this into his hands and say, after your death, I took some steps to protect your reputation for the good of the realm. I say it that convincingly. I hand it to him and said, this is what most people, the world thinks happens to you. The king thinks you're a traitor, though. And I pat him on the shoulder and leave.
He takes the piece of paper, looks at it briefly, looks back up at your passing, and just silently just acknowledges. Anything else?
No, that's due for a bit.
Okay.
With what's been happening with the Warforge surrounding the demons,
Nothing
do I
yet.
do I get the impression though that Agrat, not Victor, is sort of coordinating this?
It seems to be. As you're watching, he seems to be just looking around, giving certain Warforged a bit of a nod and a bit of a gesture with this large metallic hand here and there, right and left. There's just a general movement happening currently, and it does seem to be emanating from Victor himself as he continues to pass through and whispers something here, whispers something there. Warforged then disperse, and more of them are starting to surround these abyssal and infernal creatures.
I'll just mention them as we're walking, and perhaps when your actions here are done, I do have a couple of questions that you may be able to answer. But for now, I'll leave you to your business.
Very well. You doing anything at the moment, Gunnar?
When Thorum walked away from me,
Yep.
and handed the paper to Feriso and then returned, I assume, back to where I
Yes.
was in the marching order. Did he follow with his gaze?
He did. Just very barely, and then back to this little script.
I'll just turn to Thoron. Is it really him?
Pause for a second and look back at him and say, do you remember when Osei died and we brought her back?
I'm still not convinced that's really her.
Ah, yes, well, there's the answer to your question. I don't think anybody passes from this world into the next and then is ripped back against their will and comes back the same as they were. But he is the same weapon that we had at our disposal before he died. And he will help us in our quest. And I don't think his disposition or his goals have changed. But I am curious to know where he went after that lava. After he died and we pushed him into the lava, where did he go, do you think?
Nowhere.
Well, if he went somewhere, I'm sure that place changed him. That is Feriso, but not the one we farewelled.
I know what it's like to be considered a weapon, and weapons are to be controlled. It concerns me that he was easily controlled by Malestra, and what that could mean.
Perhaps he's seen the folly of his ways.
I don't think it was his ways.
Wow. Perhaps he'll be more cautious in the future. But you're right. You should warn him against such blind faith.
I think we need to keep an eye on him.
I agree. With his order dissolved, he'll be closer to hand.
Or less tied down.
Or less, yeah, you make a good point. Don't trust him, Gunner. We shouldn't trust him.
I don't.
It's an astute observation. You're right. He probably is not. He probably is not the same person we said farewell to, or the person we thought we said farewell to.
I'm gonna say goodbye.
I nod at that. Fair enough.
All right. Amara, you get a very soft hand on your shoulder. As you continue walking, and then the hand releases, and you hear in your mind Feriso very softly as you're walking along this rough rock of red and brown. Amara, it is good to see you.
That's in my mind.
Yep.
I'm gonna physically look at him and just kind of nod in acknowledgement. My demeanor is not cold. It's just, if that sound was an emotion, that's what it would be.
Okay.
Because I can't find a word for that. It's just kind of like conflicted is the right word.
Yep. In your mind again, he says, I remember what happened. And though I was not in control, and I was being manipulated and charmed and transformed by Malestra, I apologize. I should have done more to resist her.
I'm going to interrupt if I can at that point, probably out loud actually, and say, I don't want an apology. I am confused. Because... And at this point I'll switch, after the because, I'll switch to speaking in his mind, and I'll say, I trusted you more than anyone in this group. And I fought and fought to make this group trust you. Because I genuinely believed you were a good person. And I'm not saying that you're not. But my confliction comes from the fact that I fought so hard for that, and I looked like a fucking idiot when you were overcome by Molestra. On top of that, in control or not, you killed Osei. And I didn't like it.
Okay.
Stop.
Yep. You simply... The only other words you hear from him in your mind are, and almost as a sad tone to it, I know. And that's it. You don't feel that presence directly behind you anymore as you all watch. Feriso sort of steps back a little bit away now from Amara and goes sort of middle to back of the group. And by this stage, you're at another tent and have stopped. In front of you, there is a 15 by 15 foot in diameter, or 15 foot diameter tent. You hear from within this slight sort of a hammer on nail sound, like ting, 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 ting. And then as though something's turning. Just a metal on metal screech. And then just sighs. As you see a Warforged just standing guard outside, Victor looks and says, "Let us in." And the Warforged stands aside, and the flap of this door of the tent is widened slightly, and Victor invites you in, holding the door open. Anyone want to go in?
Yeah, I'll be coming in.
Okay. As you walk in, inside you see...
You gotta stay out, if that's okay. I'm
Yeah,
not
sure.
gonna go in.
Sure. That's fine. Are you looking towards the tent or away and out in the open?
Probably out in the open.
Okay.
Just back to the tent.
Okay.
Arms folded pretty much like I look now.
Sure.
Am I going to be passing Amara? Or is it the
Yep.
back of that guy?
Yep.
As I pass her, as she's like, I don't know, gets looking around, does she look like disappointed or
You can make an insight if you want to.
or looking like, I don't know what that is?
You can make an insight, sure.
Insight check.
The DC would be very simple. Just so you know.
Is
Good to know.
16.
Did you want
That would be fine.
Yeah, okay.
I don't look like I don't want to be here. Jesus. Just look uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable. As I pass her with, I'm assuming still holding Agnarak, I tap her on the shoulder and I look directly at her. And are you ignoring me? Are you
No, I'll look at you.
attention? I clutch Agnarak a little bit tighter and I say thank you. And I gesture towards Agnarak.
I'll just look at you and nod and say you're welcome.
And I'll pat him on the chest and walk in.
Okay. As you all head in, you see that the floor is still that rocky but flat, fairly flat scene. You see that the outside of the tent, apart from as you enter, is made up of metal walls that seem to be just on the inside of the tapestry or the canvas that makes up the outside of or the tent proper. On the metal, there seems to be almost like a scene that has been hammered in and indented. Some of these scenes depict simple warforged that they are in sort of battle poses. Some of them look like that they are the Lord of Blades. Others are simple warforged soldiers. Very detailed, very intricately designed. Yes.
I'm so sorry,
No,
I have
please.
to interrupt because Gunnar just made us aware of something.
Yes.
But shout out to Ardent Roleplay, who are hosting us at the moment.
Oh, far out, Arden. Thank you so much.
If you're tuning in
Appreciate
because
it, guys.
you're watching from Ardent Roleplay, who was one of the main sponsors for Jasper's Game
Yeah.
Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Um,
Welcome,
Thank
everybody.
The guys at Ardent Roleplay are just phenomenal.
Yeah, they are.
Phenomenal. I think
you
we
so much.
spoke very briefly about a Brisbane meetup, which
Yes.
I'm sure that as soon as Saz and John we get coffee, I will let you know of some plans I have.
Cool. Hey, Arden, thank you so much for doing that for us. There are probably about 15, about 2 meter wide by about about 3 meter tall. So the tent is quite high. It's about 4 or 5 meters high, and the tent itself, the roof is.
I'm sorry.
Go on. Please,
I have
please.
one more.
Please,
Ash from Banshee Workshop
hey Banshee.
just sent me a message
Yeah.
directly on Instagram, and she just wrote, "I had to yeet to feed my husband, but you guys are fucking amazing." And then she wrote, "Keep your eyes peeled in the mail in the next few weeks. I'm sending the whole party something."
Oh, for goodness sake! Thank you,
So
Banshee.
Ash, if
thank
you
you.
just caught the end
Bloody
of this,
hell.
you fucking legend.
Thank you. That's really sweet, really kind of you. Obviously, we'll show everybody how
thank you.
amazing your whatever you're doing for us will be. Thank you.
I will only roll this dice for the rest of the, all my Banshee dice for the
Nice.
rest of the night now.
hydrate as well from Tabletop Troops. I need to get water.
Oh,
Water bottles.
So
the dregs.
I'll get back to you on that hydrate. Yes.
Other dice
So
furiously.
there are these murals of different warforged and different
Yes.
poses. Is there anything amongst those murals that's not war related?
It's not war related. Make an investigation check. That's simply on the outside of the tent proper. But the scene in front of you is a bit more shocking. There's simply one chair, and sitting in it, there is a man who has one arm tied up and palm open, has it on a small side table. The other hand has a small hammer in it, and he seems to be focused on that, working on a small sphere, metallic sphere of some kind. His hand that's tied down seems to have 3 enormous nails embedded into the side of the side table. You can see this dried blood holding him down, holding his arm down. This shaggy grey long hair covering his eyes. The length of it grey and white, and just unkempt, unwashed. You can't really see his face. He has this large grey and white beard, and he's sort of sighing heavily. And every now and again, you can see the hand twitching. The hand that's tied and staked in, twitching slightly. And with this other, he's just tick, 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 just hammering on another side table. This small sphere that seems to be glowing slightly and has these plates around it connected to each other by very thin wires, almost a perfect sphere.
And turn to Victor. What is this?
Out loud, as you say that, the man lifts his head, and you can see his face is shrunken. Doesn't have too many old features. He's not an old man, but he's certainly worn. his face on his right hand side seems to be has a wound of a burn that hasn't healed, hasn't been looked at. His left hand face side of his face fair.
Oh my god, he has 2 faces.
And as he looks up, he gives you a bit of a look, and looking around, he focuses on you, Dravago, instantly. Puts his small hammer down next to this project he's working on. Welcome to my prison. And Victor looks around and says, "This is the Lord of Blades' pet. Meet Aaron DeKenneth. Of House DeKenneth, of course. Early on, he was found and brought with the Lord to be simply to be kept as a pet, as a toy, as a thing, and tortured."
I'm gonna stride over and start trying to pull the nails out of his hand, which are, I think, nailing him to the table. Was that right?
Yep.
I'll reach out to hold you back to start with, and I'll pull out my bag with all the tools in it
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
to do this a bit
Yes.
more delicately.
That's a good idea.
And if I can, if I still have a slot left, I do not.
What do you mean? We didn't even find anything that difficult. GM's like,
before just rushing in to rip the nails out, I'll get his attention, sort of just kneel down if he's sitting, direct eye contact, and do you recognize me at all?
These beautiful blue piercing eyes, very, very intense look at you. You can see there's just a focus in his gaze at you. No.
Look at the craftsmanship. I'll hold up the forearm with all the runes on it and the seams.
With his good hand and not trapped, he very speedily reaches out and grabs the arm and holds it close to him. You feel yourself being pushed towards him more, almost going off balance. Did I make you?
One that you worked closely with years ago created me. You may not have seen it for a number of years.
Sigil. I remember. Not much. You can do clever things to my mind. And what has he sent you here for? To gloat? To make fun again?
He'll never be able to do that again. He is no more.
Single stream of a tear. No, this is not true. He looks around. You are in disguise. You're here to beat me again, burn me again. You can do all you want. You know not the strength I have. You cannot beat me.
Can I, while this conversation is going on, is there any way to put Agner acting? Just sit him down?
Yep, there are a couple of chairs towards the back, yes.
I'll sit him down and I'll use my last potion of Watchful Rest on him, just so he can recover.
Okay.
And I can hear this conversation?
Yes, you can. It's a very low, soft voice, but there's strength there still.
And how many feet? We're pretty in close, pretty close proximity. Yeah?
Yes, yep, you're fairly close by together.
I can understand that in this camp and perhaps your travels, you've been fooled a number of times, as have we. Is there something that I could do to help you understand that we speak the truth? And I raise my hands out and prepare to cast a spell.
Almost instinctively, he shudders, and his whole body starts shaking. No, I am prepared. Almost tensing as he's ready for some sort of other attack.
Is there a claw hammer in those?
And tools that he laid out.
Go on.
So first we must release you from this desk, and I'll cut off the extra bit of leather that hangs off from the pin on one of his bandoliers. So I'll cut off that the extra bit where the extra holes would be for lengthening, and bite down on this, and with my left hand I'll grab his fingers on the hand that's nailed down, and I'll start to cast Cure Wounds as I use the tools to, as delicately as I can, pull the nails out of his hand, and
Okay.
hopefully heal as much as I can.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll the
Yep,
Cure Wounds?
please.
As he does that, I'll drop in another cure wounds as well.
Cool wounds.
Can I roll a medicine check just to?
Before?
Well, if we're both casting the same spell, I want it to be complementary to what he's doing.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to heal him.
With the Cure Wounds?
Yeah,
And
just
what's the
better.
medicine check for?
Mostly just to see if you can give me some extra dice for nothing.
I see what you mean. I see what you're doing. Roll me a medicine check.
You fucking asshole.
To 15.
A 15?
Yeah.
Would he? No.
Looking at the wound, they are unclean.
Say,
They look quite...
Could everyone please hydrate?
Hydrate,
Do
thank you
have a
very
drink?
much.
Alright.
I will. Thank you so much, Miss Kinder. That's
How many
two hydrates.
That's
Yeah.
two
That's
hydrates.
two. I owe
Oh my
stream.
god, let's pour Michele a shot.
10-minute break, we'll just
But
get
that's
loaded.
two sips though. Not 2 shots, 2 sips. Underneath the table.
4 sips and it's a shot.
Oh god. Underneath the table, you see that these are hooked. These nails are hooked underneath. And you notice this as you are casting that Cure Wounds, and you start to try and take them out straight up. They just don't budge. You hear this, and
I guess I'll get some pliers and get under the table and try and straighten them out if I can.
make me a dexterity check, and then just a strength check to try and straighten them. They a good inch thick.
As
15 again.
Okay,
13.
a 13. 1-3.
Yes,
Yep.
1-3.
As I see him wince, I'll speak out. For your own understanding, here, and you would know, I can cast Zone of Truth upon us all. So you know that we are speaking the truth. And you can choose what you wish to do with this.
Immediately after you say that, as he's wincing at the pain, and then as you all see that the wounds start to close, and the strength of Thulrum straightens these hooks, and the deafness of Drago pulls out one after the other. He gives you a nod and he says, "Do it."
And I release it and cast Zone of Truth, 10 minutes.
Hydrate, everybody.
That is now 5 hydrates. You
Great.
you will take a shot after the break.
I will do my best. I will do my best. Yep.
I promise the people.
Yeah, look, the people have spoken.
Amaretto.
Do we need to roll?
Nope. You all suddenly feel yourselves a bit heavier in the shoulder. You look around, you feel this, thank you so much, Chris. Chris _ Mohan for a sub. Thank you very, very much. That's really kind of you.
Appreciate it.
Stop
I
that.
hope you're enjoying it. Thank you. That's really kind.
Before, does
Yes.
anyone want to roll a saving throw against my zone of truth?
I'm outside.
You are.
Do I still have to roll against this?
No.
Hang
Oh,
on.
yeah.
So just remind me. So Zone of Truth, if we save, all we get is we know that you're affecting
Knowledge that
us.
you're in a zone.
Correct.
Which you've already told us you're going to do it. So I don't
you're
think
already
there's...
in the know.
Just one more on this
So there's no
hydrate. There's
Do you wanna
6
be
of
affected by
them.
zone of
Good.
truth, then?
I will say that I have not
have a
taken
choice.
any of these, so
Okay.
I will also
If I'm
take a
here-
shot
if I'm
with
here.
you.
Oh,
Just
fantastic.
good,
Regardless,
good
right?
measure.
Thank God.
So you feel comfortable.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm here to protect you.
Thank you.
I don't know if you're
I've
actually
done
in
all
it.
of
It's only a
them.
15-foot radius.
Go on.
It's only a 15-foot radius as well, so is there
Yes.
anyone that we need to know who isn't in
Radius means 30 foot wide.
30 foot wide.
Yeah,
So we're probably all within 30 feet, right?
except for maybe Amara.
Still, Amara is outside and just outside of reach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. On the border. So, everyone, you are aware that you are in a zone of truth as you feel yourselves almost sense, and then you see that this bluish nimbus semicircle is surrounding you. Who are you?
And I took a look at Travago.
I'm Dravago, son of Vi.
You're counting? Just keep count,
Did you
please.
see what I said? Did you see what I said? I said 4 more hydrates, and I'll try to force the whole party to do shots after the break. Since then, there's been 1, 2, 3,
Oh my
4, 5,
gosh.
6,
Oh
7,
jeez.
Do we have enough shot glass?
8.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll do
So
one when we come back from
everyone
break.
in this room must do a shot after
Yep.
the break. Preston, you're included.
He's very excited.
It's fine. It's amaretto. It's gonna be
It's
okay.
It's fine.
Okay,
So-
this is in complete contrast to Amara at any tavern.
Pretty much.
Amara. Hey, do we have whiskey?
Amaretto.
Maybe?
Okay.
I don't know. We have a spirit covered in this house.
That's the spirit. Okay. So. Dravago, you were saying.
I'm Dravago, son of Vi.
Bye. I know that name. I also know what you've done. This truth. And what are you doing here? Why do you come here? Why do you seek me out?
You're one of the few connections that I potentially still have to, I guess, the only family I've ever known. I never met you, but I've heard a lot of stories about your time working on the Warforged project and other things, but
Do you know why he kept me here?
I don't. I have thoughts that it may be having things to do with these experiments that we saw on the way in. Warforged being turned into biological beings, or the other way around. I'm not entirely sure at this point.
He made me watch as Warforged used others to bind themselves. It's abhorrent. It's not the way of the forged that I had in my mind. And then he gloated. He gloated that he was enslaving them. I had only wished for the forged to be free. He cared not. cared not for their freedoms. He simply laughed in my face and made me see that they were his things. He made me hate him every minute as he turned the screws in my hand. As he burned my face, he kept reminding me that my creations were being used in this way. And I could do nothing.
Even though they've been misled, one of their own standing up as their new leader, Victor here, will hopefully guide them a better way, help them make their own decisions in life.
He looks up at Victor, who looks down at him with a bit of a nod. And then he starts to cry. Small sobs. Heavy chest going up and down. His strength's still there, but he just cries deeply. From pain. From emotion. Just let them go. Let them be what I had envisioned. Free themselves. I made them. I made them to be priests, warriors, if they wanted to. Travelers, tradesmen, anything. Victor, just let them go. Please, make my dream again come again. And Victor puts his hand on the shoulder of Aaron and nods and says, "It will be done. They will go free. They will see everything, the world again. They will see it with their eyes, not under the guise or influence of anyone again."
Just a DM question.
Please.
How long has, or would I know how long roughly Aaron Buchanan's been captured for? Like,
He hasn't described that yet, no.
and I wouldn't have gathered yet how long the Lord of Blades has been gathering his army, or...
Rumours and stories that you've had throughout your travels even have it be about 4 or 5 years in the making, up until this point. Ever since basically the last war had ended, and you came about a couple of years after that, or a fair few years actually. The very first whispers happened about 4 or 5 years prior.
That's a decent amount of time after the Thronehold agreement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've seen many of your creations living their own lives. The cogs in the city of Shan is a testament to it. Those that have been fortunate enough to have a better life, not be manipulated, they are tradesmen, good ones at that. There's many that work as city guards, protecting the citizens that can't protect themselves. But perhaps these current ones that have been continually manipulated into war need the guidance of someone, a father figure. I myself was fortunate enough to have someone like that. They gave me the choice, the opportunity to understand the world, guide me through it without telling me what to do. These forged that I've seen here, they've only known war. They may be racked with guilt if they are just set completely free.
My children. My children. They die, and they know not how to live. I'm glad. I'm glad of what you say. It is encouraging to hear it. But outside, the people who have followed, thousands more that have been made by House Cannon for profit, to be servants, to be slaves. That is why I was shunned. They did not see beyond gold. I'm fearful that they will go out now and not be convinced. They will die alone, without. And he sort of uses his hand to wipe his face. Why? Where is the Lord of Blades? Where is he?
He lies submerged in the lake of fire, melted by the molten rock.
Strong yell and a brief laugh, almost a wicked smile, and you can see that most of his teeth are no longer there. You can see these bruises in his gums, where a lot of them, and infection, where a lot of them had now left him. He dies. Then.
Although part of these abhorrent experiments that he amalgamated into himself was actually able to be saved. I'll gesture over to Agdarak, sitting with Rook.
Good. I can help them. I know of a forge. My home, deep under the cogs. That is where I have hidden it.
This wouldn't happen to be Watermelon Lane, if I'm remembering.
Are you asking him?
Yes.
Yeah, no. No, that particular area is a trap. I disguised it to make it look like it. For those who seek me out and seek out the Creation Forge, I kept it well hidden away from that. Watermelon Lane is a dead end with a trap. One of my experiments guards that place. No, mine lies beneath the shard. Then I can lead you there.
Perhaps once you've had time to recover. But this leads me to many more questions if you have the strength.
I do.
You wouldn't happen to know of a goblin with a metal arm named Okrax, if I'm not mispronouncing.
I do not. Many come and seek me out. None find me. None have found me. Why normally I keep myself discreet. This was against my will. And so many fail. I've heard of Vi. Where does she live now?
Her guilt from what happened to the creation of the forced race led her to leave Eberron. She resides in the Taurus of Sigil in the Outer Plains.
A good place. One of opportunity. One of danger. Is she well?
I hope so. Last I saw, she forced me to flee. Long story, but I've maybe stumbled across something that the Lady of Pain did not wish me to know about. She, I believe, will be safe, but I haven't had contact with her in a couple of years.
I also hope she is well and safe. I would stand up, but unfortunately I am also tied down there too.
Can I help with that while they converse?
Investigation check.
14.
He's wearing what looks to be just torn pants of brown cloth, a thin looking brown and bluish looking shirt, once that might have looked majestic and royal in its appearance, now looking disheveled. And underneath some of this cloth now, as he looks down, you notice another, one in each leg, 2 sharpened stakes that have embedded themselves in his thigh and into the chair beneath him.
I'm gonna grab that claw hammer that you were using earlier.
First, I'm going to look underneath to see if they're hooked.
They certainly are.
Do you
Good call.
think you're strong enough to bend these ones?
Let's find out.
Or should we
Go
machine off the hook?
As I'm gonna use the pliers again and try and straighten them out.
Sure.
I'm gonna go to look him as he's tied to the chair. I'm gonna try and say something, but the words will get caught in my throat by the zone of truth. I go, this is this is gonna hurt a lot.
I'll give him the leather again to bite down.
That's a nat 1.
And that one?
Yeah.
Wait, maybe I can help.
Please do. I'm struggling.
You hear it as it shifts slightly and moves a bit to the left and causes new fresh blood to start to flow.
Oh man.
I don't know if this will work.
I look up. That was avoidable.
Wow. I'm just going to make a quick roll. Yes, what did you get?
I rolled anything.
Oh, sorry. Were you going to try and cure more wounds?
Yeah, but I'm trying to, as we remove them.
Okay. However, he does pass out from that pain once Thorum attempts to shift it, one of the stakes. And you can see his head is sort of lolled to one side. And you can start seeing sweat appearing on his brow and face.
Can I do a medicine check to see if it would be more beneficial to remove it while he's passed out and then heal, or if
Sure.
he's literally on the
Go for it.
brink? That's pretty good. It's a 21.
You could probably be best to take the stakes out while he is unconscious and then cure. That would probably be, and do that quickly in that order. It would probably be less painful for him.
How tapered are these bolts? Like how thick are they at the top?
At the top, they're all the same width of about an inch.
These are good questions.
Without
With how this was going.
can I just get a re-picture? These guys are pulling them out and you're healing him at the same time?
Yeah.
Well, tempting.
Attempting. Can I just go for something more simpler?
Yep.
As I see this happening, I have a healing kit. I'm going to try my best to bandage up.
All right, make a medicine check.
As
As you bandage up,
do I get any benefits?
you get a healing kit. That's the benefit. You get,
With my
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
antidotes and stuff?
what antidotes do you have?
The healer's kit, no, the alchemy and stuff. I know. Well, I got a 19, so.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty confident on that.
You know these wounds after seeing a lot of refugees come out of Mournland.
Yeah.
And some of them having injuries from houses that might have fallen on top of them, or the recent battles that they might have had, raids, etc., from sword wounds and spear wounds, and definitely with cloth and in the healers. You said you had a healer's kit, right?
Healer's kit, yeah.
Yeah. There are a couple of
Salve splints. And
salves. Yeah. With these
bandages.
salves, you're able to sort of make a perimeter around the wound and bandage it up quite well. That will allow him to, in fact, become conscious again very quickly, but not before you do your own thing and take out the stakes.
Okay, sweet.
I
I was going
after that.
I was going to assess which end would be easier to remove, either the hook or the flat part of the
Definitely the bud.
yeah
Yeah.
either the top. So
Yeah, top going down.
Then I'll attempt to shear that bit off with tools,
Yep.
and then be ready with your healing, and if you have some,
Yeah, I will.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
and then count of 3, and then go pull them all the way through.
Yep. Strength check, please.
So,
Yeah.
oh, first one in a while, Kraken.
Hey!
Hey!
20. Okay.
My little friend, where have you been?
Can I just be super rude for a
Yes,
second
please.
before you resolve this, Kraken? My mum just signed into the chat.
Hey.
So I'd like to say hello to my mama.
Hello.
Who was at my grandparents' house. So
Amazing.
if she's weaseled them into watching this, I'm very sorry. I'm super sorry.
Absolutely fine. No, welcome. Swiftly and straight down, and without any other pause, you remove these metallic pins, it seems, and it seems to have him come conscious from that shock, but very quickly be tended to by Rook, who covers those wounds in an instant while you're curing them, and you can see that these wounds now close in, and whatever infection, because of that roll, because of whatever infection there would have been in his legs, are now past. Although with that medicine check, you do still notice that his hand, one of his hand, is still somewhat discolored. So you can see that there is still an infection in his hand, it seems, which you can look at if you want to.
I think I might just turn to Victor and just like, Victor, have you got any healing tonics or ointments in this area that might be able to help? Antibiotics?
Perhaps some. And he leaves the tent, and you, Amara, watch as you see Victor come out and gives you a bit of an acknowledged nod, and whispers to you, "Watch." And he raises his hand, and as he does, he yells, "Now!" And he bellows out throughout the camp, and you've noticed that similarly Warforged outnumber these demons probably about 5 or 6 to 1, and in that moment the Warforged take out their swords and hold their shields, and you watch as shrieks and screams start to just cover your senses, and a lot of these most of them are demonic, as you have to instinctively put your hands over your ears. All of you also from within hear these shrieks coming from outside, demonic and gnarly and violent, and you hear these hacking sounds as wings are torn off, and these infernal and abyssal creatures are being hacked and killed where they stand. And in but seconds, a quiet returns to the camp of Warforged, and the ground is littered with parts as the Warforged start to now do a clean.
Sick.
And Victor moves away from you, Amara, and out of sight within these tents, coming back within maybe 30 seconds. And then as he does, he brings in what looks to be this wooden crate with one hand that seems to have these tubes and vials and little flasks of half and full liquids, and he goes back in without mentioning anything to you.
Cool.
My boy.
He comes in and he hands you, after the shrieks subside, he hands you this box, and he says, "There you are. There should be something in there for you, and you can keep the rest."
As he does that, I remember something that I took from Pilas Towers and go, "You may enjoy this." And I pull out a small satchel and hand it to him, and it's the bag of delicacies that were picked, dry rations that may have been the best I think of tasting.
Yep.
And I guess put the crate down and look at the others. Enjoy this. I think Javago might enjoy watching you do this as well. And if we can save this one, perhaps sometime you may be able to actually taste it. And I turn back and I guess shuffle through whatever the medications are there to my best understanding to distribute to our new friend.
Yep. What are you attempting to do? Just get rid of the infections?
I guess just drug him up as best can to
Painkillers sort of
to heal him from his infections or put him on the best path.
Sure. There are some. All of them are liquid, and Victor points to the one that is sort of a suppressant of pain.
Yeah.
This clear liquid that's very thick, and as you untop the cork, you can have the smell of like a cooked apple, and you have to hold up Aaron Decanter's head and pour it in because he's still lolling about even though he is conscious. And Victor says, about half.
Did you say he was lolling?
Lolling.
Is
yeah.
it super funny?
So do you want to distribute half?
Before I open it up, again, Javago, are you? Well, I'll pour him half in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
It
I'll look
goes.
at Javago and be like, we should take him with us. I'm not sure how long this medication will take to take effect.
Where are we all to head? I think perhaps regroup.
After giving him that half, I'll keep an eye on him and see if he comes to and becomes a bit more coherent, I think is the word I'm looking for.
He does. He sort of blinks after a couple of moments, looking around and says, "That feels better." I appreciate it. Thank you. I can stand. They carried me for days, and I am weak. And he sort of tries to, with both hands, lift himself out of the chair, which he does, and he stands up fully and stretches. You can hear these clicking sounds as his back stretches out. His shoulders crack as well.
Say crack again.
And oh man, why do I do that? And he sort of gives his shoulders a bit of a 1-2, and just sort of almost make sure that all his faculties are there. He sort of feels around his shoulder and his neck, and is making sure his ears are still intact. He's a tall man, rivaling you, Thorum, in height, although thin and malnourished. So, what do we do now?
I think rest is in order before moving on anywhere else. Your hat, Rook. But, finish your business with the Chimera first.
Yes. How many of us are actually in the room, excluding probably Victor and Agnarax? I think they want to stay.
Everyone but Amara is in the room.
Yeah, okay, so it's just really the four of us.
The boys.
Our new friends of House Karnath. 5, 6,
Feriso.
7. So one more.
That was a peace sign, not a 2, and I was like, don't forget that I exist.
Well, yeah, you're a part of that.
Please.
Why is that?
For the hat to teleport back to.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I can only take 8 people with me.
Yes. Okay.
So 5, Feriso, Aaron DeCanneth.
I can take some people with me.
Mm-hmm.
Can you teleport back there as well?
To Pilas Tower?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I think Gunner can as well.
I have a look at Feriso. A wand.
Feriso looks confusingly at you. You don't have it out, do you? You have it on your person, or are you showing this now?
It's in my hand.
It's in your hand. Okay.
It's always been in my hand.
Yep. He gives you a bit of a look, and probably for the first time notices it, and he says, "Ah, has it treated you well?"
It's a wand, but I guess so.
Good. Keep it. A gift.
He's wearing that cloak of his.
Yeah, that's what I am literally in his cloak. I'm like, ooh.
I can make my own way there. Pilas Tower, yes.
Is there any trees around here? Are there any trees around here?
Not one.
It only works with trees.
Feriso says if anyone needs some aid getting there, I can also help.
Oh my god.
Yeah, don't worry, I've already thought about it. If I think I know, we'll talk about it on the break.
Secrets.
He looks
Well,
around.
yeah.
He looks around.
Yes,
and
correct.
And says,
Yeah.
Since my passing, has anyone
Oh no, is it coming up now? Is it coming up now?
has anyone seen Chivera?
Is that the
So the Fae in the tree? Yeah. Okay, good. Been waiting for this moment. I'm outside.
This moment.
Juvetta, whether or not she was, whether or not she went into, was in contact with you after my passing, I'm not sure.
She's stuck in the Underdark.
How?
We had to leave her there.
Stuck?
Enraged by your passing.
So the truth is still up. And yes, that is the truth. But just be aware of it.
Yeah. That's why.
How did she get stuck? Is she not back in the Feywild?
We had to stop her from leaving.
Why?
She presented a risk. We didn't know who we could trust.
Sort of, he gives a slight nod, of course. So she was there. After?
After. We called her.
Did you kill her?
No.
No.
She's just trapped.
Very well, I will see to it that she is, well, providing that you are all trusting enough of me and her. May I have permission
Maybe.
to release her?
Maybe.
Unless beforehand you would like a discussion with me.
Maybe one of us could go with him.
I may be able to provide, I guess, the motion of movement if I was to channel plant growth here.
I don't know what that does.
What are you trying to do?
I guess I could I, I'm not too sure if it's the same thing. Could
That's
I
okay.
grow because you said you can only travel through plants to plant, yeah? And the dryad, I'm assuming, can only travel through plants, or tree to tree.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Maybe not the same thing.
Are you trying to grow a plant?
tree, yeah.
Right. Okay, I see.
I think it would take me an hour to do, though.
Plant growth. Oh wow. That was. Yep. Okay. Yep.
Or potentially 8. Or it does it over 8 hours.
So you'll have to cast it for this. So the one action is if there are already plants in the area.
Right.
The 8 hours is if there are no plants. Hold on, no, that's even, there needs to be plants there as well. All plants in a half-mile radius centered on the point within range become enriched.
If only we still had Penelope.
Yeah, it seems as though without plant growth already there, it doesn't say that it's a possibility.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I thought. In which case, I will keep that to myself.
Okay.
With the tone of truth up, you can free her. We do not. She could not contend with us then. I don't see what will have changed. We've grown more powerful even then since we last saw her. So I doubt that, even if she is enraged, I doubt there's much we have to fear from her. But see to it that she doesn't come after us. Perhaps, Feriso, you should consider that you do not need to keep your relationship with her a secret any longer. Your order is disbanded. You have no oath of loyalty to the king, at least until such time as you explain what happened. Why don't you walk out in the sun, in the open?
Make a persuasion check.
Oh. It's like a 5.
5, okay.
Yeah.
That's good for Thorin. We should give him advantage.
Yeah.
We?
Yeah, I'm
Collective
the DM now.
DMs.
He says,
action. Yeah, I thought it was totally convincing. Mark just
perhaps,
walks up and goes, that's a help action.
perhaps I will do this when it is more appropriate. Now may not be the best timing for it. Perhaps now I need to explain myself, and I will certainly convince her not to come after you, of course. I'm sure your intentions were clearly
How will you find her?
I will find her.
More secrets.
No. We simply have a bond. Each of us carries on our person an emblem where we can locate wherever each others are throughout the planes. That is all. Just a simple trinket.
Do we still have the machine that takes us to any planes?
Yep.
Amara does.
Funny that you should mention that. Perhaps you should give us the trinket and we can find her for you.
Give you the trinket?
I can get her. I just need a tree.
He sort of looks at you confusingly and says, "Why would you like to have the trinket?"
So we can locate her for you.
I guess. And he, from his pocket in his robes, he takes out what looks to be a small
We know where she is.
a small gold coin,
Yeah.
where in the very center there is a diamond that's octagon in shape, and outside the gold coin is latticed in a pattern of gold as well, crisscrossed, and on the outside of that it seems to be surrounded by a single loop of branch with a single leaf coming out of it, and he hands it to you. If you want.
I'm not there, so don't take my pigeon sounds as...
If I grab it, can I identify it quite quickly, or
It takes an hour to identify. An hour?
thought to understand where she would be? Is it like instantaneous, or?
Are you trying to use a locate spell?
Oh no, like if I touch the coin, do I know where the other?
Oh, I see what
Yeah.
you mean. Well,
Is
as
it
you
something that need to be attuned to?
hold it,
Yeah, okay.
make an Arcana check.
11.
11. You know magic items pretty well by now. This in particular, because your initial feeling is not one of the locate person or locate item or object spell or how it works, because you do know that already. The familiar magic doesn't seem to be, I guess, coming to you. So from your understanding, it does need to be attuned to have an effect.
The last thing I think I want to know is this similar to a coin that we already have in our possession?
No, it seems quite different, quite unique.
Okay. I pull it in and I'm sorry, I'm biased. And I hand it back to him.
Not to worry, Rook.
Distrust from our previous relationship may be coming through, but
I understand.
I will trust you.
I can bring her back in a moment.
And I'm going to head towards Victor.
Okay.
Having seen the whole coin thing going on, I'll turn to Thorum. Thorum, that soul coin that you brought out in Ragav's shop when you weren't actually here.
Yes.
Michele! So sneaky over there.
Being that we just heard the screams of thousands of demons, I'm not exactly sure how that coin works, but under the impression that it's a currency in the demon world. Would it be possible to absorb one of these demon souls that have just left the body?
I look up and recollect to the best of my knowledge. What do I remember about that coin?
You need to make me a religion check.
Hey,
Hey-do.
Hey, that's cocked. Reroll.
Yeah, real.
Hey. That's an 11.
Okay. What you were aware of with the soul coin is that your discussions about it were that the coin is empty, is empty, as you held it, and that it is certainly currency, and that a soul can be trapped in there to be then traded for some other either service or commodity. As you are you taking out the coin? Are you?
Yeah, I'll take the coin
Okay.
out definitely and have a look at it.
Sure.
Is there such a, do I know how a soul is trapped in the coin?
A soul is trapped in the coin by your own speaking of it to a fallen creature, essentially, which was.
Get the coin.
So this particular coin is, just to confirm, just all iron, and it has the face of what looks to be a demon. Demon face with just generic looking horns over the top of it coming out. So it's about 5 inches across and about an inch thick, so it's pretty hefty. And it does seem to have some demonic writing on the outside of it as well. Okay. So, to your knowledge, at the time when you received it, there wasn't a soul in it, and it looked pretty dim. But now, it does seem to have a different look to it. It's pulsating slightly. It's shaking. As you hold it in your palm, it sort of almost jumps. And underneath, a similar feeling to what you had before, underneath where it rests on your hand, it's slightly tingling, burning slightly.
I'm going to look uneasily at this demon coin and put my hand on my mace and
Just going to give it right over to you and go.
do with it what you will.
Did not want it particularly. I thought perhaps if we're dealing with a powerful demon, the currency might be used to persuade a lesser demon, one that might be greedy at some point. At Regaz's shop, he seemed to tell us the coin was empty under peculiar circumstances, but what's your thoughts on this, being a priest?
Well, even priest I know if I carry this thing around is not going to do me any favours with any of the other priests of my order. And judging by its glowiness and the fact that it seems to be hopping gently in my palm, I'd say it's no longer empty. Is that a leap? Is that too much of a leap?
Nope.
So
No, that's an educated guess.
yeah.
Roll inside.
Try and perceive, does the coin look any different to what I saw it in Regaz's shop?
It does. It looks the iron look looks deeper in colour, and it does seem to be very slightly moving as it wasn't before.
I think you are right, my friend. I place on the table and slide it towards you. Yes.
Just pull a bit of loose cloth out of the bag of holding that I have and I guess place it in there. Just thinking, this coin looks different from when it was pulled out at Regaz's shop. The only battles that I can think of where a soul may have been trapped in it would have been at Urlag or here.
Perhaps before we left here, and I cast that spell to forbidden to remove any demons. Perhaps that was what did it.
Do you know if you can commune with the demons in these coins, or the soul in these coins?
I'm going to reach out with a finger and place my hand on it. In the same way as I communicate with Dorovalue, I'm going to try and speak to the coin.
Oh, me?
No, this is all of us.
Oh, all of us.
Hold on, wait. The request has been the devil's dance, please.
Yeah, I thought that would have been
Devil's
some of the whatever we perceive the devil's dance to be.
What's like the worst dance you've ever seen in your life?
Macarena.
That's the all I know.
Yeah, no.
Hey, Macarena.
We all have to now do it together. Ready?
Alright,
Ready?
so-
Ready?
And
Ready?
I can sing it, right? Balla bunuga Macarena, bella bunuga cosa buena. Balla bunuga Macarena, Macarena. There we go. There you go. Enjoy. I don't know how to sing.
Horrific. It
I
felt
feel
evil.
cursed.
I
That
didn't
was too
like
short.
it.
Yeah, no, right.
Shut up!
There was.
Yeah, continue dancing. Go on, Ron.
Amazing. As you put your hand, what are you doing? You're putting your hand on it?
I'm gonna rest a finger on it gingerly, and I'm going to try and commune with it in the same way as I would with my mace.
Okay. And are you trying to say anything to the coin? Are you trying to say, what words are you trying to sort of speak to it?
Speak.
Okay. The coin again just pulsates on your where your finger is resting. I'm speaking.
What are you?
I am a demon.
Yes, well now you are currency, and I take my finger off. There's a demon soul in there, and I'm gonna wrap it up in that cloth and hand it across. Don't speak to it unless you have to. It will tell you lies.
Did it sound? It wasn't out loud, was it? No. Did it sound like the demon we fought at Yurlag?
Did it sound like the demon we fought at your
If anything, it was the opposite. It was almost a light-hearted child voice.
It did not sound, but they can sound. They can sound many different ways as they need to. It could be the same one.
And perhaps we keep this in mind, that we have a currency, perhaps to bribe a demon at some point. Perhaps other reasons. I'm not overly familiar with these soul coins, but let's not forget this one.
It's a very valuable item. But I do think you, of all of us, should carry it. And I don't say that just because of my aversion to it. You come from a place where there are not many gods, and I think you probably would be the least susceptible of all of us.
Very well. No. Place it in the bag of holding. Is anything you need from this place before we leave, Gunnar? Char?
No. I have no business here.
And Aaron, is there anything that can be done for these forge that have been experimented on halfway through? We saw some with tubes of blood being pumped into them.
I will take them. I will take them with me. And I will heal them.
To Sean.
To Sharon. And then...
Thank you, Malik the Geek.
Oh, thank you so much, Malik. That's really kind. Thank you very much.
Went to Gateway Games, who won our last giveaway, I believe.
Fantastic. Oh, of course. Yeah. Hey, Gateway Games. Enjoy the sub and thank you very, very much. I will let them go after they are free of his games.
And just thinking of the logistics here, are you coming with us to begin with? How are these?
You are going back to Sharn.
We'll be returning to these people's home, which is near Sharn. I'm sure we could arrange transport from there.
That would be easier than walking. I would appreciate it. Probably, as I saw them, over in the hundreds that have been affected. So, some way to get there would help.
Without being presumptuous, Victor, would you be able to assist in ferrying these souls to Sharn?
Feriso pipes up and he says, "No, I can do it." You make your way to Pilas Tower. I will meet you there soon.
I turn to Victor then. Will you travel with them then?
Victor says, No, I won't. I'll stay here. I'll see to the other Warforged, the other Forged, and convince them to either, or make a choice, fight the upcoming dark storm, or simply be free. He turns towards Aaron DeCanneth, who gives him a bit of a nod. That will be my role to play here. And then I will lead them, if they choose to fight.
And Agnarak, you'll look after him.
I'm going to Purbach.
And I look at Aaron DeCanneth and Feriso, and I take off underneath my cloak, the sigil of the Chimera, and I hand it to Aaron DeCanneth. The king looks forward to seeing a place for those that left New Sire, and the Warforged are a part of that. I do not know you. You claim to say that you helped birth them, and another tells me not. But I hope with this sigil you'll see safe travel from here back to New Sire. There may be a few others along the way that you might meet that can help you, that I've given information about.
He takes it and gives you a bit of a nod, and under those dark, tired eyes, thank you. He puts it in his person, puts it into one of the only small buckets he's got. And Victor looks around and says, "Well, shall we?"
One last thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is a prison cell, is it? Or
It's a tent.
is there personal belongings in here that are being kept?
Of whom's?
Anybody?
Aaron's?
Yeah.
You can make an investigation
Particularly
check
Aaron
if you want.
Kenneth, but anybody.
Go for it.
Investigation?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, D&D, we are not on guest working. Investigation is going to be a 21.
Okay. You notice that Aaron DeCanneth has picked up his tools.
Yeah.
The sphere that he was seemingly tinkering on. Looking around, you see that there are some weapons lying on the ground just in front of these murals, these bits of metal.
Yeah.
One of them looks like a large two-handed axe. One of them is just a one-handed axe, across or just below another. Each piece of artwork of these warforged, they seem to be holding a weapon. That weapon, in all of its look, seems to be in the flesh, just laying there on the dirt.
Yeah.
Apart from that, you don't see any personal belongings at all.
I either bring Aaron DeCanthus' attention to it or gather it on myself and say, like, take this equipment.
Who are you telling that to?
Aaron DeCanthus. Get
He
in.
sort of shakes his head and looks around and says, give it to those who want to fight.
And then perhaps you'll be needing some of these, and I gesture towards the box of healing equipment that I have.
He doesn't take any other hint. He takes them.
Yeah. Okay.
You're going to be on a long journey with many. You're going to need to take these provisions. The other stuff in here may come in handy for the others as well.
It will be shared.
And I'll go back to Victor when I have time to talk to him.
Yep. Okay. As you gather yourselves up, be ready to travel by teleportation, it seems, throughout your devices. And Aaron is up and weak, like Agnarat was, but walking. You all start to head out of the tent together. And you see Victor start to gather the Warforged that seem to had been under the effect of some of these experiments, and they all seem to be gathering on one side of this camp. A lot of the body parts of the demons have now been removed, but the air is still thick and hot and uncomfortable before you make your way back to Pilas Tower.
I'm with this group now, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. I was like,
Yep, you
I was
are.
like, shit, I'm gonna get left behind.
No,
I
no.
can feel it.
You're with them. And it's at that point we will take
You all
up...
just teleport back, and it's like,
Where's Amara?
where are they? This is taking forever.
It's like a Home Alone
Home
thing.
Alone 4, yeah.
Yeah. We're going to take a 10-minute break at that point as everybody starts to make their way back home.
Just quickly before
Yes.
we go to break,
Yes.
just because I've mentioned it in the chat.
Yes.
And a couple of other people have mentioned it. Twitch and D&D Beyond are having a fun server error at the moment.
Yep.
We are still live.
Amazing.
If you would like to keep hanging out with us, don't close your Twitch windows because
That's good.
I closed
Yeah.
mine and I also closed my D&D Beyond window, and for about 20 minutes I couldn't get back in.
Oh, what a
So,
bugger.
we'd love to have you hang out with us.
Yeah.
Also, thank you for all the well wishes for my mum. She has now gone to bed, so you don't need to keep talking to her. It's fine. Thank you. But yeah, don't close the windows.
Fantastic. Don't close your
That
windows.
sounds...
Close your doors.
Yeah.
Cool. Well,
Right.
we will see
Oh,
everybody...
Excalamity's just jumped in. We're going on a break. See you.
yeah, pretty much.
We'll be back with shots.
Exactly.
we do that one and then put on the Twitch. We do this on here.
What are you talking about?
We'll work it out.
On the... Oh, yeah.
We'll be right back, everybody. 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Oh
Welcome back.
no!
Was that
Stream.
No, it wasn't on stream.
Oh, thank
I'm just
fuck.
being called bad names. It's fine.
Oh god.
So, welcome back.
Oh shit.
Thank you very much for your patience. We just had to prepare for the hydrating.
Yeah. What the hell, man?
And
So
I
there's
guess,
10. There's 10 in total. This
Yeah.
counts. I will say this counts for 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely fine.
So
Cheers.
you also have a shot. So if you could please lift it up.
Can we get that in Italian?
I've got my hands full.
What? Cheers.
Come on.
Yeah.
Salute.
But he never lets me do
Salute.
this.
Salute.
I've got to
Oh, we're going. Shit. Okay.
Hasta la vista.
It doesn't taste as good straight.
Amaretto.
Definitely sipping drink.
Oh, it's
Ah,
like medicine.
That's beautiful.
it's nice, but not shotting. This,
Definitely sipping.
This is not. This is better, right?
No, that's better. Okay.
Well, this went well.
Oh my goodness. Hydrate from Aeoncraft. Excellent. Well, look, I'm just gonna say that's an Emily thing and everyone else thing, I think, because that's all the stuff I had. Oh, do a little dance. What dance?
God.
What dance? Exclamity. What
It's got a
dance?
very different stream.
Yeah.
Start charging more for these
Yeah.
rewards.
Tune in next week for our hot tub stream.
Oh,
Keep it up.
God.
Yeah, that's a thing now.
That is a thing.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Be afraid.
Very.
If you keep it up, we're gonna have to add a rehab redeem.
Take away make the hydrate worth more. I think.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Aeoncraft. Why?
I'm gonna have to ignore that one. Sorry.
Feel the dance in my soul. Yeah, okay, let's just do a little dance there. Feel the dance there in my soul.
Yeah. Sweet.
Good.
Is that the amaretto?
Thank you.
Looks like it's back up. Twitch.
Doing
Thank God.
this little dance
Will
for
there
you.
really be a hot tub stream? No.
Negative.
I know a couple more of these.
Not with that.
There you go. That's the soul dance. There you go. Enjoy.
Okay, I want. Yeah, if we get 1,000 subs, we'll do a
1,000
hot tub
subs.
stream.
Wow.
Subs.
And then
I'll do it.
you do not want to see me in the hot tub.
Feel the rhythm in
If
your
you guys
soul.
shout us a flight to Fiji, we can do it. What? We can do it from a pool somewhere.
With the background of Fiji
Yeah.
on the TV. Let's
We'll do
that.
D&D from a tiki bar.
Take us to Ben's homeland.
D&D in Fiji.
Are you trying to incite another dude husband?
Michele hot tub stream.
Holiday.
Seriously, your eyes would burn. Yes, oh God, Malik. Jesus, oh no.
No, Malik, don't do that.
No, don't do that.
Please.
Okay, so that's saved.
Don't give us money.
No, that's right. Okay, well let's head back in.
Are you switching between Coronas and tea?
You're very
Yes,
kind.
I'm having a cup of tea with my beer.
Beautiful.
That's fun.
So let's bring it back in, everybody. So, how, now that you're looking out upon the demon wastes, how are you traveling and where are you traveling to?
Well, I'm going to look at this group that I haven't seen in how long? 10 minutes.
Yep, about 10.
Say, cool. What's
Thank you so much, Malik. That is,
what's next for us?
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, another one. Thank you very much. Welcome and thank you very much for the subs. Sorry.
1,000.
Thank you so much, Malik. That's really kind of you. That's overwhelming.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Namaste.
Sorry, go on.
Tanaka.
Dinaka?
Okay, great. This is going well. Fulram and I nearly called you Dench. Travago, since you're both listening to me. What's next? Where are we going?
We're returning to Pilas Towers, and I think it is the 5 of us. Feriso will make his own way. Who else is coming with us?
Can we all go together?
Okay.
Okay.
I believe Aaron, if you'll accommodate his recuperation.
And any others?
I thought that Aaron was going to lead the other Warforged in a different direction. Or the ones that were different.
Feriso said he would organise for them to be sent to Shan.
Yes, you're
I
right.
believe Aaron was going to recuperate and then head to his forge that he mentioned there.
So he's
Correct.
not. So Feriso's not coming with us.
He's coming, but by his own means.
He's got to go save a dryad from a tree, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, Cruita? That's what I have written down. So if you've changed the name, I have Kruita.
Chivera. Chivera is spelled Civera. That's what I said.
Hashtag Michaela's changed the name.
No, I did
No,
not.
I'm
You
joking.
you can look back in the stream.
It's fine. I've just got it
She
written down
has.
from that day.
Good.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I do have it written down, and I have it typed, but it's no big deal.
Chivera.
Tree.
Trivera.
That shouldn't be hard though, because it was Molestra that trapped her there, and
Me.
Yeah, it was.
why do I have that Molestra did it?
Because she did everything else.
Wow, we did it because of Molestra.
Was I drunk that session?
Yeah.
I don't think I was.
Zone of truth, then.
I was.
No,
You're in
Oh,
the
is
zone.
Zone,
Yeah.
is Zone of Truth up?
not outside the tent.
Fucking, thank God. Wait, rewind. It shouldn't be hard to release her from the tree because she was trapped there by Thorgrim, who's quite
Oh
weak.
no, she can be released.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was in character, thank you. Who are you?
Hydrate everybody.
I'm already hydrating periodically.
Piralali.
On demand.
So that's not a feat in itself. Your magic isn't that strong.
It's true. Strong enough to kill this guy.
Strong enough to almost bring me back to life though, so thank you for that. Also you fixed my legs, so I appreciate that. I shouldn't be mean to you anymore. Also, I painted angry eyebrows on you, and thank God they're gone now, but it was quite funny. Anyway, moving on.
As she says that, I go, "What the hell? Is that what you? Is that what? Oh, I know.
Is that what I doing?
I can't believe you didn't pick up on it. You were praying, and you were like awake.
I lick my thumb and I start furiously scrubbing at my eyebrows.
Okay, you see him just
He creates a
go at it.
I use wind wall and just.
And just to clarify, I'll because I forgot to do it last session, I'll remove the bloody didn't beaten effect on both your faces.
Oh,
You both no longer look like you've been in a fist fight.
if can we go?
I thought we did. Let's go. Let's go.
So I'm going to turn and to the other four, myself and Aaron to Kenneth. That makes 5 plus me. I'm going to turn to Feriso and say, "We'll see you there." I'm going to use Word of Recall.
Before I do, I'm going to talk to Victor.
Mm-hmm.
1 moment.
Please.
Victor. What's your plan from here?
After I talk to the Warforged and see how they would like to travel, if there is a large enough army, we will make our way most likely towards Shan to attempt to talk to King Baronel and at least give us some land to stay at until such time as we are needed. We will, for now, pledge our loyalty to Brilland. And if and when Frazzrblue shows his face again, then we will strike.
Player question
Yes.
for the DM,
Yes.
which is you.
That's
How many Warforged are there? Like, give or take a couple of
a couple of thousand.
thousand.
A couple of thousand. Approximately. Could be more.
Okay. How large?
Is that in the army or like as a whole?
That's only what you see throughout these camps.
Okay. And how large is the estate of Pilas Tower?
How large is the estate?
Yeah, like, could I imagine building a township there? Big enough to house thousands.
the forests and the land around Pilas Tower
Yep.
is large enough to not have them shoulder to shoulder, of course, and they can probably help tend to things like crop and whatnot. They'd have enough land to be able to live individually and also grow what they need or help with what they can. So there is enough space. It wouldn't leave a huge amount of room for other activities.
What if we went like medium density? Like 3
If
or
you-
4 stories.
If you wanted to,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would that give us some more space?
it would.
What if they came to Pilas Tower with us? We have land abundant.
It's not our land.
It is. The king gave it to us.
Can we talk about this when we get there? I nearly had my legs burnt off today.
I like the idea. With an army of Warforged on it, it would become our land, regardless of what the king says.
Forged. With choice.
I think this might be an oversight, a dreamy one, because we are also surrounded by the king's land.
Also, these Forged might have homes of their own.
They could.
Just like Dravago.
That's true.
I just think...
They don't all have to come. But the ones who would like to.
Those that have no home to go to.
From my
I'm not
understanding,
saying no.
there is also an area for these kinds of people, which is in New Sire.
I look at Dravago. He doesn't mean it that way.
I've come to know Rook well enough.
I think...
They can start a town there.
There is a town there.
Amara?
I think we all almost died today. And we accomplished something really great. And that I love the ambition of these plans. But I also think it's not something that we should rush. I think this is something that we should discuss
I agree with Amara.
and at least sleep on.
As long as we get
Of
them
course.
within the safe lane, we can think about it.
They won't
after.
arrive immediately.
Particularly because Victor might have other plans for this
Of course.
army as a whole. Like, they might want
These people.
to... That's not what I was going to say.
I know. I was just being
Stop
silly.
it. You men, honestly.
I'm a boy.
I just cross my arms and shut the fuck up.
Dravago is doing this, just laughing. And I'll put my hand on your shoulder. I like your sentiment, Gunnar, but perhaps you can discuss this back at the tower.
Oh yeah. We don't have to make a decision now. I was just throwing it out to the group.
I like it.
Okay. Well, they're not going to arrive overnight anyway, so we'll have time to think about this.
Are we ready to go?
Victor.
It was good to see you, Rook, and we will see each other again.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
And he still has the communication between... Yeah. What do you think of the plight that Purback's possibly in?
He will communicate with us when the time is right. If I hear from him, I will let you know. The best case scenario, he will come across this camp empty, and then the Crones' army will disperse, going about their own way. That's all we can hope for. And not pursue any further beyond the mountain. If they do, I will make sure any peoples who have the choice to stay within the army are scouting to make sure no danger arises and that Purback is safe.
And you, how do you fare?
I fare well. I fare better, safer, now that the Lord of Blades is no longer a threat. Now that Frazzrblue has been uncovered, I will send these forged, some of them to other lands, to tell them of the true plight of what's happened here. And that will ease my mind that armies will be ready for when the final battle happens. For when Frazzrblue becomes too frustrated with you, and with his plans unraveling, he will surely make an appearance himself. And that's where we must be on guard.
You can find me, yes?
Always.
Good. I wish to use this to find you, but our paths have crossed, which I'm thankful for. And I pull out a particular arrow and I hand it to him. I think it's got a golden head with almost like a chamber cut along the arrow.
Yep.
Along the base of it. If you ever need to find anybody, if anybody's lost, you can use this.
Thank you.
I've already spent too much time away from you, and I still have so much more to learn.
The Chimera will come together again, as the three heads always do. And when that happens, we will adventure in the Mournland, free of this imminent plight.
And I look at Agnarak. He will stay one of you, yes. The talk I had with him, he doesn't seem so sure of himself anymore.
It will be all right.
All right. Then I will leave you once again.
Thank you for saving me.
No. Thank you for bringing me up.
The Gashkala, thank you. And you'll see them again. Word of recall?
Yes, I'm going to turn to the group. Okay, are we ready to go now?
Gunner?
Okay. And
Gunner, bless you. I said that to her before we go there.
And as the words escape your lips, your vision fades as all of you
We're dead.
once again.
So we should, the spell works, we should come back into the main kind of side living room of Pilas Tower,
Okay.
designated as sanctuary.
Okay. And thus you all appear. So you are once again in a familiar looking room in your manor. Within Breland and out of danger, and seeing familiar furniture and a breeze outside that is fresh, slightly cold but welcoming.
Are any of the staff wandering around doing stuff?
You're in a side room, the door's shut. You do hear outside activity, but you haven't seen anyone yet. From a window that leads outside, however, you notice that the day is full. It's about midday, and you do see that there are in the distance, just in front of the border of the outside wall, you see some people tending to the crop, some servants.
I'm going to poke my head outside of the door and can I flag someone down?
Yep. You see that there is an older, short woman that hobbles over, and through the window she sort of peeks up. Ah, welcome.
Yes, we have returned. Yeah, we shall be here for some time. Make sure you hide anything dodgy that you weren't expecting to show us.
I hope she's like a prostitute or something.
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay, but just tell everybody that we're back and give them fair warning.
Sir Thorum, is that right?
That's me. How did you know?
A pleasure. Well, the scales give it away. I see everyone else is also returned. That is good. Good news. There's a gentleman waiting out the front for you. He's been there for some time. Sir, Mr. Dan. For Gunnar, I believe. Last name DeLion. So whenever if Sir Gunnar, there is a someone out of Shan that has wanted to has been waiting for you.
Send him in.
Okay. And she scampers away. In the meantime, what would you like to do?
I will. We've arrived safely there.
Yep.
I'd like to go check in on Norbert, is it? And see how my alchemy or herbalism lab's going.
All right. Without a word, Rook simply opens the door and starts to head out.
Yep.
And as you make your way down the hall,
I'll let them know, I'm like,
sure,
I have to go check in on some things.
you head down the hallway, past a couple of servants, people who are just tending to the home while you are away, and you enter in the familiar-looking alchemy room. Norbert is there. He's simply looking at a deck of cards, and it looks as though he's shuffling them. He's sort of sitting at one end of this long room near the fireplace, and he's on a table starting to deal out these cards. Looking up, this older gentleman. Welcome back, sir.
Welcome.
Everything looks very neat. There's a couple more vials here and there that seem to be stocked, and there's now what looks to be small pots or small, slightly curved, shallow bowls that are on one wall that are in sort of level tiers, and that are hanging like hanging plants. But inside of these, there are different dried herbs, powders, and liquids. And some of them are covered, some of them aren't. And he sort of looks up, and each one below has a particular name underneath it. I hope you don't mind, sir, but I've just been taking stock of the inventory and bringing some more things from the back, from Shan. So hopefully you can make more use of your faculties.
And how did your travel go?
Well, not too badly, sir. Just as unpleasant as ever, but uneventful as well.
That's 5 gold didn't suffice.
I had to take some out of my own pockets, but no, it's fine.
How much then?
Another 15.
15.
As you can see, I've brought in some rarities which I thought you might enjoy as well.
Insight check?
Sure, go for it.
Sure, he's not working.
Thank you so much, Talera. Thanks for letting us know. Much appreciated.
That's a 9.
A 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very matter-of-factly with his tone.
So he spent 20,
Yep.
including my 5.
Yep.
And that hasn't covered his trip. I am sorry.
Oh, no, you weren't to know, sir. And at the same time, I did go out of my way a little bit and get other things that you might enjoy, but without your permission. So that is why I say it is not necessary. I was actually more keen and interested to see how this would go, and find an interest in myself in this alchemical experiments.
With what I've learned over the past month, just taking a quick look, would the things that are inside this area be very sufficient to my needs?
Poisonous needs? Poison specifically?
Specifically, yeah. I would say that, yeah.
Looking around, you do notice that there are some powders and some roots that actually do seem a little bit rare.
Yeah.
So yes,
So
a lot of these do
he's gone
seem.
above and beyond.
Yeah.
Okay, so how much money did you say you spent? 20.
Another 15 gold on top of 5.
Let me double that then. Here's another 40.
Oh, no, so it's not necessary. Simply meet the needs and do not exceed them.
No, you should be rewarded. I removed 40 gold from my pocket.
I cannot accept this, but I will accept perhaps a discussion as a form of payment.
A discussion?
Simply tell me of your travels. I miss it. In my younger days, I used to be an adventurer like you, but I took an arrow in the knee and
Can I have more of an honey voice when you...
I became injured, and thus my adventuring days were done. I simply want some stories.
Is there any, like, wild fish oil for his knee?
Only krill.
Yeah, krill.
Oh my god, and VCDM just wrote, it's good visiting Rook's side hustle.
Alright, well, to save time, Norbert, of course. I've just come back from one excellent adventure. I'm going to leave some names out, just in case.
Okay.
And just tell him of a story that happened in the Demon Wastes.
Sure.
And side pan onto someone else if they...
No problem.
Yeah.
Star White.
Yeah.
All right. What's everyone else doing? As Gunnar, you notice as you are... Well, what are you doing in the meantime, actually? From that room, as Sir or Mr. Dan DeLion is on his way.
Where are we? What room is it?
You're in a side room in the manor.
Not even in the main room.
No.
How do we get to the main room from here?
You have to go straight and then take a left and then just keep following that.
Okay.
You're on the bottom floor.
What are the others doing?
I'm going to take my seat in the room.
Is there a chair?
Appeared in.
Okay. Is this as good a place as any to have
If you'd like
dandelion?
if you'd like some privacy.
No, this is everyone's business.
Oh. Guess we shall all see dandelion then.
You
I'm
don't have to.
gonna leave at this point, and head to a room. I don't know which room, but a public room
Mm-hmm.
that has some form of a window where I can look out the front, but also be sitting comfortable. I'm just gonna sit cross-legged.
Mm-hmm.
Like, try to meditate, but probably look out the window every now and again.
Okay.
I'm actually going to stand. I'm going to look at Gunnar and say, he has come asking specifically for you, and so his message must be specifically for you. Also,
This is the modifications that I ordered for the estate.
alright then. Alright, if it's nothing pressing, then I guess I'll hang around. I'll sit down.
I've still got a half dead Aaron DeCat holding him up, so I'd
Maybe take him to some quarters.
apologies if I was a bit too presumptuous, assuming taking him back to your home, but is it possible to organise some accommodation for Aaron here?
This is your home too. This is the Tower of the Five.
1, 2,
Appreciate
3, 4, 5.
you saying that. It seems like it has been ages since we travelled together, and I thank you for that, for taking me along and helping me achieve some of my goals here. And
Have you?
very much appreciated. Perhaps you could all let Gorth know, your security guard. He gave me a bit of a hard time last I was here.
Our security guard, but yes.
I do like the game, but it may be a bit stressful for him over time if I'm going to be staying here. And I'll look for perhaps Mixade, who originally let me in the house, to see if I can organise some place for Aaron to rest and sort him out.
All right. The familiar. Once the word has been reached that the five have returned, Mixade, the head housekeeper, has no pause, but you see her running back and forth, and you can already start hearing the preparation of food for lunch, a late lunch that is, but a lunch nevertheless. Nothing that rations can compare to. And you hear the sounds of beds being remade from old sheets on the bed. About 15 to 20 housekeeping people are just moving back and forth, and she does, as a priority, offer another bedroom for Aaron. And she lets you in. It's upstairs, pretty much directly above where you landed, where you appeared, and you're let in. And there's just a single bed in that room. Another window overlooking the back of the manor, and from up this vantage, you see quite a nice view of the wall, and then just beyond it's just some very distant, lovely mountains. Before that, just plain, grassy and yellowish plain.
I'll just explain to her his situation of being tortured, and if you could perhaps send someone to change his bandages, particularly that on his hand. Seems to still be holding a bit of infection.
Okay.
And unless you've specifically taken that sphere that he had,
he did.
I'll pop any possessions that he had with him, or I had with him, just on the side table, and let him rest.
Okay. And he does lie down and almost immediately falls asleep, giving you a bit of a nod first and whispering, "Thank you."
Recuperate first, and we shall speak about you returning to Shan.
Very well. He closes his eyes and breathes slowly now, more at peace. You can see that the unkempt hair is still dirty, but as the face goes, he looks more at peace. All right. Gunnar, where are you at the moment now?
Still in the same room?
Okay. You hear because you're with Gunnar at the moment, aren't you? Once the other three disperse with Aaron as well, another minute or so passes, and you hear this just tapping and tapping on this door that leads outside of your room, pretty urgently. And from outside, you hear a "Hell!"
Is there a window in this room?
There is. That's where the older lady housekeeper greeted Thorum.
Through the window?
Through the window.
I stuck my head out.
Yeah.
Oh. So it's open? Like it's like a...
Yeah.
Okay. I will walk toward the window, and with my hands behind my back, stare outside the window, into the distance, and casually come in. All right. The doorknob just turns quickly and opens, and Thorum, you're greeted with a hunched over, wider than tall gnome, it seems. And this gentleman has this enormous backpack of brown, like a huge brown satchel on his back, and he sort of almost is weighed down by it as he bends over, almost doubling. You can see he has this short black cropped hair that just goes all the way around in a one line, and the top of his head is bald.
He has the most circular face, like round like a ball that you've ever seen. Tiny ears, but hair growing out of them like a forest. Hair growing out of his nose. He's got these large, wide eyes, and you can see that there are these eyelashes that's just stuck in gunk underneath his eyes as well. He's sort of leering and looking around. Hello.
Welcome. I'm going to.
You can see his fingers are dirty and ragged and long fingernails and dirty underneath.
This is Peter Pettigrew.
No, but good comparison.
That's the image I'm getting.
That's fair. Thorum. Gunner! Gunner. Oh, it's so good to see you. I've been asked that I come here at the best of Regacel, and I hear that there's some doings here to be done. Some protections you need, some mystical arts. What is it specifically that you've been wanting to do? Oh, that one was a tough one. How can I help?
Okay. So, without turning around to face him, I will just casually say again, have you received the request?
Oh yes, absolutely. But we were discussing payment, of course, as well before I proceed. It mustn't be done without a bit of a a bit of gold underneath the wing. You know what I mean? So,
gold, I believe, was left with housekeeping.
I didn't check with them. I'm sorry, but
Yes, we left quite a sum.
how much is a sum? I mean, we must talk numbers.
Well, you tell us. You're the one providing.
Okay, very well. Well, it will be about because how many were there that you needed done? Remind me.
I'll pull out my book.
Eternity later.
He had Gunnar just like muttering under his breath. So unprofessional.
So, how was your travels?
I'm gonna look back at. I'm not gonna break the tension. I'm gonna, as he goes to ask the question, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna watch as he turns his pages through the book.
How was it?
Good. We faced many a danger. We hoped that we would return to a sanctuary where they couldn't reach us.
And here you are. Ta-da! Yes. Don't worry. This place will be more protected than the vaults of Shan once I'm done with it. What's the laughing for?
I'll text you.
Your erratic nature, my friend.
Oh, fair enough.
I thought I wrote this down.
What? How long have you been here waiting for us?
Oh, well, it's probably only been a day or so.
And as the gun continues to flick through.
Did we order this before? Did I order this before we left for the Underdark?
I think
It was a while ago.
I think you did. As I remember, Gunnar, you asked for a spell of forbiddance, something which would prevent magical entry.
There were several spells.
We can discuss this now, however. We can purge the past, if you will, and just can discuss our bartering as we speak. I have all of the components that you'll ever think of needing.
Yeah, I just can't remember what they were.
Don't worry. All you need to know is what you want me to
Found it.
to bestow on this
I found it.
fine manner. Oh yes, okay.
Firstly, private sanctum.
No, can't do that. No, I'm kidding. Oh, we're a bit tricky, us gnomes, if you don't already know. Private sanctum, yes, that's not a problem. Let me just check my book. And he opens up this small, like
sticky
half
notes,
of it. It's got a few marks on it, definitely. And
Hey, no throwing shade at me right now. That's not very
and
nice.
looking directly at you, and not even looking what he's doing, he turns each page with that. And just continues that for a little while. Private Sanctum.
Private Sanctum, hallucinatory terrain, and guards and wards.
Private Sanctum, guards and wards, and
Hallucinatory terrain.
that's right. Yes, that's right.
If I might also
Please.
add another request, Gunnar.
Forbiddance. We made a great many demon enemies in our travels, and I would prefer if nothing could travel magically into the property, and if anything demonic was to enter, let it be done harm.
Forbiddance. That's a tricky one. The other's not a problem, but the duration is what we need to discuss. Because forbiddance is this unrelenting spell on the demons, as you say, but it only lasts a day. So, here's my thought. I make it last longer. Yes, I am genius. So,
That was the idea, yes.
well, how long? How long is the answer? Is the question, I mean.
Permanent.
In perpetuity.
In perpet. How many materials do you think I have in this backpack? Not many, if any, but I have more than you'll ever need. So,
I hate this guy.
so I can make it last for a year, and then I can revisit it. How does this sound? It's just a bit of ruby, a bit of holy water, and some incense that I had to acquire from some not-so-savory individuals.
What about the other spells?
Oh, the other spells are not a problem as well. About a year. But how much
That's
is
a
the
shame.
question?
I was told this person could help us.
Yeah, that is the limit of your ability.
Well,
A year is, not very long. Significantly less than forever.
I mean, we could all be dead in a year. Who knows? But I mean, 10 years is
Well,
that?
you could be dead in a year.
It's very
And then
true.
who would reapply these spells?
Oh, good question.
Perhaps we should get a second opinion.
No. You need my business. Well, not to worry. We can come to an understanding. So, can I have? I might need to speak to an associate, but I could probably scrounge enough for about a 10-year interim. That requires significant sums of gold. I don't even know if you have that much.
Well,
yet.
you haven't even mentioned anything yet. So.
What price?
Yes.
Well, let's see. For one day, the ruby acquirement needs to be about 1,000 gold pieces for the ruby for one spell, let alone 10 years. How much gold do you have?
Which spell is this?
Forbiddance.
Okay, well, that was added on, so I hadn't accounted for that.
Oh, well. Is this still required then?
I was planning to invoice the king, but yes.
Invoice the king
Well, yeah.
with his seal. I will accept this. He owes me. If you have a sealed signature from the
We
king,
have his seal, don't we?
If only you had someone with a calligraphy kit.
But did he give you his seal? Was that his
I'm
crown?
not with you
That
at
was
the
his
moment.
crown.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it'll be in his bag of holding.
No, the crown's gone.
Just curious, does this spell consume the gold, the ruby?
it in fact doesn't.
I think he's trying to gnome us.
Never mind. Never mind. Well, in that case, being as it doesn't consume, I can probably do away with all of the sums of gold I promised. I was promised. But let's say that each spell cast will be for that 10 years. He flips another page and takes out a quill that's hidden inside the back of his neck, just up, and he starts to just lick it and starts to write down numbers. 1 year, 1,000, 2, 3, 4,000 gold a year. For all the spells you ask for. I think that is quite fair.
Can I ask you a question? Where do you live?
Sean!
Where in Shah?
The lower quarter.
Yes. I imagine it would be quite cramped there.
Well, I mean, it's not the most comfortable place, no, but the items to acquire are exquisite. And more easily.
Of course.
Or more easily
what if
acquired.
We have ample room here in our estate. And I imagine you would have to be here every day to cast the spell.
It
to make
would
it
take
permanent.
quite a travel, yes.
What if we provided you with lodging and food for the time that you spend here?
And a bath.
Well, yes. Should you require one.
It has been a while.
You could have them daily if you wish.
Daily baths. Well, that sounds quality. Are you wishing to take some of the coin off the payment for this?
Well, I was just asking a question.
Well, yes, on top of the payment, I would be more than happy to stay. That would be much appreciated. Well, looks like we have a deal. Is that correct, gentlemen?
No, that's not correct.
Oh.
No. We would be providing you extra in this instance.
Well, what can I provide extra to offer as recompense for such service in a fine manner?
Perhaps a loyalty price.
Make a persuasion check.
Can I, as he's doing that, you mentioned that the king owed you. Does he actually?
Yes?
How much?
Services and information are more valuable than gold.
Were you to stay, you would be... Well, you would be in the service of the Five. And there are very few in the realm bold enough to call the king on his debts.
Well, I'm pretty bold.
Yes, so let me rephrase that. There are very few in the realm bold enough to call the king on his debts and actually be listened to.
What do you have in mind?
I will bring it up with him personally and implore him to pay you post-haste.
Has been some years. Finding an audience with that man, let me tell you. Worst man ever.
Yes, I agree.
That gives you a second look. Where'd you roll?
Are we like double teaming here?
I'm going for advantage. I'm trying to give him advantage, yeah.
Okay, take advantage.
Give me a little bit of luck.
Rub my hair.
What hair?
Shit! Oh, that is so much better. Oh my god.
I was
hair
lucky hair.
22.
22,
So now about
okay.
you.
But I'm feeling 20-ish.
Do we insert Taylor Swift?
Wow,
That's-
this bard.
I don't know who this Taylor Swift is. All I know is the good word of Tay-Tay.
Who's that?
I don't know who this page is, but
If you would like to find out, you can go. No, that
No.
stream got deleted.
yeah, pretty
It
much.
did?
Yeah.
Because we didn't know about
Never
that.
uploaded.
Yeah,
That's
right.
fine.
Well,
Lost to the annals of time.
how much can you afford?
Like, right now.
No. Payment after the service, of course.
Well, part of the payment.
What?
Part of the payment
Drop
would
the
be...
payment.
Drop the payment.
We're dropping the payment.
Like, isn't like dropping on the floor.
Yep.
Or was it drop the amount that it's worth?
Or drop the amount that it's worth. Is that... Ooh, what are we looking at? Go on. While
Well,
Malik...
the payment would be partially you staying here.
Yes, and the rest of the gold?
Well, then you would get that once the deed is done.
Drop the actual payment. Okay.
On the ground.
On the ground.
Okay. So...
Well, how much gold will it take off now?
That's something you have to tell us.
What did I say before?
3,000.
Make a deception check.
Good one.
You did not
damn,
get
that
advantage
was
because
much better.
Thorum just said 4.
Ah, crap. Sorry.
Malik says on the floor. We'll certainly get to that. Who has your coin, by the way? Who has you
I think
do?
we've split up some of it as well because I have my.
Well,
own
there's a whole
personal-
shitload in our bag of holding,
Yeah,
which
I
we
have my
never
own
took out.
personal.
Who has the bag of holding?
Thorum
Okay.
does.
For the purposes of this and Malik being so generous to us, as you are discussing the payment, and Thorum, you are starting to take out this gold to try and to start counting it out. You take out a fair amount. You're not quite sure how much it was, and it just whoosh, all over the floor of this side room.
That sounds
It's-
like advantage. Like, we've now
Is
intimidated
there a
him with
coin
the
in there
amount of
that's
gold.
screaming?
You don't know. As this bucket of gold just starts to drop the value of gold. Drop the value of gold?
Gold is now worth 50 cents.
That's good.
So the deception check was 7.
7, and you see the gold not helping the situation just get dropped just everywhere, and it's the floor is covered in coin now, almost to your ankles. This gnome, Sir Dan Dilion, looks towards the floor, looks towards you all. You
Amara
both-
from the next room.
you do hear a slight clinking. Go on.
This is a bad idea. I will hold out my hand.
Mm-hmm.
And say, I'm gonna Jedi mind trick this guy. You agree to 3,000 gold and cast suggestion.
Okay.
Oof.
Gnomes are cool. Let's roll this.
Yeah, let's do it. It's a. Did you use lucky? You bastard.
You don't know.
It's a wisdom save.
Good to know. And DC 17. Cool. Maybe you should take yourself to school so you can count, or at least memorize counting. Because I said 4,000. As you started to say, Mr. Dragonborn.
Yes.
You're trying to cheat me here.
No, he's making a strong suggestion. 4,000 is fair, and then
What if I just do this? I'll just take whatever's on the floor now, and we'll call it even. And I also stay.
I think you can leave.
10 gold a week for 50 weeks. That's 500 gold. So 3,500. Plus the fact that I'm going to be very, very, very convincing when I speak to the king. That's worth another 500.
And no more cheating me on these sums that you think I said, but I didn't.
You told us at least 8 lies on the way in here.
Uh,
Surely you cannot blame us.
11.
I didn't cheat you.
Well, you said 3 instead of 4.
I was making an offer.
Oh. I refused. Now, I accept this person's offer.
It's the exact same offer.
You said you'd speak to the king. He didn't. I am very happy with this.
His offer is my offer.
Oh. Well, I'll accept both of your offers.
So 3,000 it is then.
Damn it. He starts to lean down.
To pick up a coin.
He tries to pick up this just a coin. Just in front of you. No subtlety at all. Just puts it in his pocket. I accept.
3001. Sure.
2,999.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
2,999. Yeah.
Well, where should I stay? Which room? This one is fine, and you can leave the gold here.
The smallest.
Well, I will find that myself then.
I will call out to Mixade.
She, with the door still slightly ajar, she hears you and she comes in. She can see that she's in the middle of what looks to be cleaning like a plate, and she says, "How can I help you?"
Sir Dandy is staying with us. Can you see that he
does he have to?
finds... Well, he didn't have to, but you were asked to organise this while we were gone, and you didn't do that.
Yes, okay.
So
well, he's stunk
now
to high heaven.
now we're stuck with him. So I appreciate your diligence.
Stunk to high heaven.
Yeah, show him where he can bathe for his compulsory daily bathing.
You can stay in that bath for all I care. And she, come this way. Fine woman. And they leave together.
Before she leaves, I'm just going to ask. Also, I look at the pile of gold around us. Could you bring someone? You're the most trustworthy person you can think of to help count all of this.
Okay. She says, yeah, I'll bring one of my children.
Wonderful.
Where did we get that gold from?
Oh, just so many places. So many just people we killed. Things I stole.
A boy comes in
So many places.
a couple of minutes later. It's Plato. And the young boy, about 14 years of age, light brown hair, thin, and in a white shirt with blue trousers and sandals, just walks in and gives you both a bit of a nod. Hello.
Hello.
Here to count the coin?
Yep, if you could just count all of this, and I gesture at the room around us.
I could probably do this.
It would
Just
take ages, and there's a massive amount to do.
Just count it or put it away.
Do we have a vault?
Are you asking him?
Yes.
Actually, no, just count it. We should probably take it with us.
Should I
don't
stack
think
them?
We need to keep all of it on us.
Good point.
I can stack it. I can put it into a box.
Stack
Can you
it up.
polish it?
Yeah.
I'm
Stack
kidding.
it up there on the
kidding.
table.
That'll take some time.
I'll
I'm
ask
kidding.
my companions what they'd like to do with it as well. A good portion of this belongs to them too.
Is it all of it, or
About
do you want me to
quarter.
count more?
I'm gonna try and reach into the bag.
Is there any more gold in the bag I'm holding?
Quite a bit
I'm
more.
gonna empty all that out as well.
it just pours onto the ground. All of these gold, silver, copper pieces in there, hundreds and hundreds. And you see this boy's eyes slowly getting wider and wider, and looking around. Okay, I better get some food.
Yes, yes.
We'll send it into
Yes.
Good idea.
I'm gonna give him some paper.
Paper and quill as well. I feel like he'll need it.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yes.
And he sort of just starts sitting down.
Wait, how old are you?
14.
It feels a little like child labour. Is that a thing here?
He just sits down in the very dead center of the room and just starts to count.
Tell us how long this takes you, and so we can make sure you.
Do you get paid?
Yes.
How much?
Well, Mama's pretty generous. About 2 gold a day.
Who's your mother?
We are.
Yeah.
You just saw her, Mixade. The housekeeper. Head housekeeper.
How much are we paying Mixade?
Getting paid 2 gold a day.
Yeah. If you do a good job,
$2
Can I have a
that's like
horse?
several pints at the
Yeah,
tavern.
sure. You want a horse?
I know.
If
If you do a
I
good
can't afford
job,
that.
if you do a good job,
I have a horse?
Yeah, sure.
I'd love a horse.
Well, okay, but here.
Yay!
Wait a second.
horse!
Wait a second.
Here's 5 gold,
Oh, thank you.
and I'll give you 5 more once you've completed the task.
Did your mother tell you you're not allowed to have a horse?
No.
I don't question it at all. Yes, sure, we'll get you a horse.
Yay!
But
horse!
if your mother asks, we will say it was your idea.
Oh, that's fine.
Sure. I'm gonna lock him in as we leave.
What?
Well, gold in there.
I still don't think we should leave him in there by himself.
He'll be fine.
Okay. As you leave and you close the door behind you and you subsequently lock it, you hear that sound turning and the lock making that clicking sound. You hear a voice come from inside saying, "Okay, I'll just jump out the window."
All right, we'll let you out. Just call for us when you're done. And if there is an emergency, do jump out the window.
Okay. And you leave.
No, I'm putting my ear against the door.
You hear this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, here's some
This is
silver.
a bad idea.
7, 8, 9, 11, 12. What's after 12? 13, 14.
Kips,
Yes,
can you keep an eye on him?
of course. Not a problem. Menial work, but work
I'll
nonetheless.
bring you some fresh bugs.
That would be appropriate and quite satisfying. As
You can
as-
sit on the window and just stare out into the garden.
that wouldn't be too.
But also at him.
Of course. Am I also making sure that he doesn't steal any of the coin?
Yes.
Very well.
Well, he's going to steal some of the coin, let's be real. But if not too much of the coin.
I can make sure he steals none of it. And he sort of spouts a little bit of smoke from his nostrils in the threatening gesture.
If he takes more than 5 gold, do something.
Anything in particular? A bit of a.
Ask him if he wishes to keep some more coin, to pile it to the side, and count that too. And we will negotiate when we come back.
Very well. I'm assuming his negotiation skills are as fine as your own.
Shut up.
And he flies around and out of sight, around the outside of the house. All right.
The next available staff member I see, I will ask them to fetch the fattest, juiciest bugs for Kips.
Okay. They proceed to leave as well.
With a weird look on their face.
No, weirdly enough. But they do so without question.
I'm going to go to sleep after that. I'm going to go up to my room and go to sleep.
Okay.
What time is it?
Still just after midday.
Oh.
I need to sleep.
What else are you all doing?
I'm just gonna be looking out, trying to see if anyone else we're expecting arrives. I'm going to try to meditate also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like try and just.
Okay. And you just listen to the wind around you, the breeze. You hear a distant song being sung. Sort of gaze over, you see a young woman, one of the staff, just tending to the garden, humming. The breeze picks up most of it, but she seems to be singing a lovely melody. And that is all you hear as your mind takes you. And you feel yourself sitting no longer on a chair on the front porch of your manor, but in soft grass. The fallen leaves around you still green, even after they've been sitting there for days. The lush grass around you, not scratchy or itchy, but soft, welcoming like a blanket. Looking up, you notice that the small paper bark trees around you have this beautiful scent to it, and the leaves coming from these are flowing as softly as the wind in which you were just sitting in before. And in this small wood, it seems, poking her head out from behind one of the paper bark trees of light, Scenari gives you a bit of a wave. But the wave is not one of joy or happiness, it's just one of acknowledgement. She starts to walk towards you, green robe with a beautiful necklace of a leaf, and another one beside that of the mark of Ilyanar. What are you doing?
Don't really have a straightforward answer for that.
You're pensive.
Very. It's really difficult when you lose people and they suddenly come back to life. Very reflective.
Why don't you talk to him?
Who? Feriso? What do you say to someone that you murdered thinking they were evil and then they weren't?
Ask them if they're okay.
It's not that I don't want to. It's that I don't know what to say. I will. I'm waiting. But I don't know what to say.
He seems well. He seems all there. It looks like he's had a journey though. I could see it behind his eyes. There's grief. There's anger. But there's also very much a peace, a happiness, a mirth at a second chance. He is your Feriso.
I didn't really doubt that he wasn't. I guess it just feels like a cycle right now. In terms of like, we seem to be encountering this same vicious thing of trusting someone and then they're not who they say they are. And I know that this is all at the hand of the same person, or I suspect it is. And that makes me angrier.
You'll find things now that Frazzrblue's power is weakened slightly, that you had seen before, that are now as they truly are. Thankfully, Pilas Tower is untouched, your home, and the people surrounding it are real. But he was enforcing illusion, keeping it active. In other places, you've been already. So be on your guard.
What am I gonna see?
You'll see danger, new danger. But try and not panic. But Feriso is not such a being. Just know that. And know that he is within his heart wanting to reverse all that he has done, however means he can.
Feriso coming back has led me to think about a lot of things. A lot of them. The first one is something that fucking Dench, man, told me about a very long time ago. Well, not really that long ago. Feels like a long time ago after everything we've been through. And this was before we lost Feriso, but never resolved. And that was that at some point while we were fighting that giant warforged, if you remember, I guess, I don't know, maybe. There was a moment where Osei was touched by a green light. What? Is there a piece of the puzzle that we're missing? Is there something that we're missing? Because I feel like we are being, to your point, tricked.
Whatever magic that was, I'm not aware of what that meant. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But
We just don't know who either.
From our experience, it's always been really at the bottom, Malestra.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever green light this was, perhaps it was her behind it.
That wouldn't shock me.
So somehow. And I just hope it hasn't affected Osei.
Whatever.
It didn't seem to. But she is a bitch.
I outwardly laugh like that.
And
Shit.
I
I
think
like go to fist bump the air and then realise that I'm by myself.
I think resting here and then looking at where to go next. My advice, shine again. There are forces at play, however, that are different to Frazzrblue's influence. And they may need to be handled first.
There are a couple of things that you've told me over time that I think about pretty much every day. But I still either struggle with or struggle to understand. One of the first things you told me to do was to make my voice heard, which really fucking sucks. Because this group is boisterous. I love them all, but they're fucking assholes. Every single one of them. Yes, even Rook. So thank you for that. I appreciate the advice. The second thing is, I haven't spoken of Ilyanar in a while. And that is because I saw the temple. It wasn't a good place. We lost Sarivia, which I think I handled a lot better than I probably expected to. But it all comes down to the fact that you and I are connected. And something that you told me still sticks with me because I don't understand. And maybe it's because I don't understand this connection because we never spoke about it ever at the temple. But you mentioned that I'm connected to you and you're connected to Ilyanar. And I don't understand how that works. Because I don't feel her anymore.
If she were here, you would. The connection is spiritual. It's just something that you, almost like a memory of a strand of hair that you would feel on your neck. The connection is subtle, and before she was taken. But I'm not surprised that neither of us feel her at the moment. She holds true, and she is still trapped, but she is still a being, and she still speaks through me and all other scenarii. Her influence is vast, even under such intense circumstances. I would advise you focus on the gifts she has given you more, to see if there's anything else that can be brought to the fray. For you have not used them, really.
No.
And you just simply have not had the time. But that would be my next advice. Because your journey is coming. And it will hit you harder than you are ready for.
Which brings me to something you've literally just said. And that is that this is going to be different. I'm going to see a lot of them. Aren't I?
They are emerging more and more by the day. And during the light of day, no longer only to the sleep and only to those who are unconscious, but those who simply cannot fight them. With the influence of Ilyanar weakened, they become strong. You have tools already to journey to the place where you can overcome them, but it is simply that journey that is the hardest.
Well, this should be fun. Guess I'll tell you when we kill Molestra.
I'll be there.
I'm very excited.
I'll be there.
So excited.
And she gives you this soft back of the hand on the cheek, and like the breeze flowing, she disappears with it. And you blink once and twice, and you are looking at your estate again. Bit of a cooler breeze instead of the warm in the forest. You doing anything else?
Well, I guess if I see Thulrum and Gunnar emerging from the room and locking it behind them, and then the sound of counting in the next room, I'll be like, what the fuck just happened?
Someone's counting all of our gold for our various adventures in there.
Interesting. We have gold?
So much gold.
Really?
Yes.
I don't have that much. Why do you let me pay for everything if we have so much gold?
Because you offer. Because I'm stingy.
So you guys are taking very much advantage of me.
No, your gold's in that room being counted.
I've never asked you to pay for anything
No, I
for
have
me.
gold on me.
Ah, well, there's some of that gold in there being counted as yours.
Oh.
A significant portion, well, 1/5 of it.
Maybe we should go and purchase wine that we can sell to children.
Yes, well, there's a child in there right now doing work for us. Give it to him. I'm fine with it.
We do not condone child drinking.
Underage
So
drinking.
67 child labour.
Where did Rook go? I would say that Dravago has
Rook said to you before he left that he was going to go to the help
Oh, he
me
did?
out.
I wasn't paying attention, sorry.
That's okay.
Sometimes that man speaks and all I hear is mumbling. His voice is so deep.
What can you say?
Not much.
Go on.
Interesting.
I would then let you know that I'm heading up to my room to go to sleep after that interaction. Catch me on the way out.
Make sure you lock your door. You might wake up with some new eyebrows.
Lock my door.
Cool.
Before I go to sleep.
Good to know. Thorum, you head up to your room and you are just about, once you undon your armour and take some time to just understand the past events the last day or so, and you take off the mace.
Zero reflection.
That's fine. You take off Dorabaliux, the mace, and you put that aside. The shield which you picked up, you put aside as well. And as you close your eyes to rest, you hear Dorabaliux speak. Thorum.
What?
Champion of Ado.
Yes.
Champion.
Something tells me this is going to take a turn.
It's almost as if we're about to end a session.
Tell me of your prayers to him.
Tell you. And by him, I assume you mean Ada.
Correct. Have you spoken to the Dragon God recently?
What would I speak to him of? He speaks to me and tells me his will, and I manifest it in the world. That is my purpose here.
And what has manifested?
A great order. More followers than he had ever had before. The enemies banished and sent away, or weakened.
You think this is his will?
He has not told me otherwise.
Have you, servant of Ada, reached out to him, asked him, spoken to him, even attempted this?
Yes. I spoke to him in the Demon Wastes. I implored his help, told him what we needed to enact his will, and he delivered it to us. Why would he do otherwise, if we are on the wrong path?
You feel this surge of satisfaction in your whole body, and Dorabaliuk says, yes. Good. Share this. Share this with all. That is the answer I seek. Now, I need to feel flesh again. In your next battle, I must be used. Can you do that for me?
I pause for a moment. So on there and I go, you and I are both servants of Ada, and you overstep your station. I do not think he trapped you in the mace so that you might dictate the terms of your existence. I think you are there to serve when you're called upon.
My purpose from Ada was to contact you. now I am bound to you. And thus, we each share equal say. And here is where I must direct the next. Deep within the Mirror Hold, you have forgotten. You have forgotten what still lies within the pools of the Drow Queen's home. The doorway to Juiblex.
It has an army of drow standing around it.
You almighty servant of Ado, shun at this pitiful defense. You think not that by now his influence has overtaken them, for it has. And instantly, your eyes are cast into a familiar cave, vast, dark, and you can see that hill that lies upward towards the ruins in which you fought the green slime. And you look down as your eyes, like a crow's flight, travels down, seeing those drow that had fallen in the battle, and the dwarves that fell surrounding them as well, still lying there. The siege equipment destroyed, the homes burnt, the trapdoors filled with water or fire to bring out the rest of the drow. And then there are drow there, but they have blank faces, and their skin is blotched and red and diseased, and each of them are connected with a thin strand of what looks to be simply a strand of red flesh that's physically connecting them in sort of the thorax-ish type of area. And they all seem to simply just be hovering, waiting, looking outward. And towards the top of the hill, as the strands are connected, the drow also stand and are just standing further and further up the hill, about a couple of meters apart. Then you can see that this greenish pool is stirring. And Dorabaliuk's the Coatl dragon
Ben!
simply hovers there. A dragon of many colours, a rainbow of brightness, and it's an extinct drake in front of you, the actual being that's living now in its soul in your weapon. You may do tasks for Ado. You may speak of him. Gather your followers. But remember, here is your final quest. And here is where you will make your sacrifice.
Very well, Dorabaliu. You'll have your pound of flesh.
And your vision is brought back into the room in front of you.
I'm going to get up out of bed, pull out a quill and parchment and begin to write.
Okay. That's all you're doing?
That's all I'm doing.
All right. And Gunnar, where are you at the moment?
I would have still been with Amara.
Okay. Just meditating as well? Or
I
attempting
wouldn't be
to?
meditating anymore. I'd just be.
Cool.
He just walked off mid
Standing there
conversation,
like-
so we're just like,
Yep.
what the fuck?
Okay.
That was Storm's idea. I'm not sure if I'm very comfortable with it though.
What do you mean? Someone counting gold?
The kid.
Oh, it's a kid.
Yeah.
He neglected to mention that part.
It's he's being paid.
Maybe we should get him a horse.
Well, he can get a horse, I guess, but
We could
Gibbs
call
is-
it Crumb the Second.
I need to talk to Regav Cell.
And then
Oh my gosh, Regav Cell does not know that Feriso is alive.
at that moment, as you say that, Gunnar, the sound of Amara saying those words about Regav Cell just get warbled slightly. And you hear this voice start to come over the top of it. Oh, Amara. You know you could control her. You know you can send her away. But you just don't want to, do you? You like your friends too much. But they will go. They have to. All of them. You did well with the Lord of Blades. Perhaps we can work together and enhance your powers even more, so that 100 Lord of Blades, 1,000 could not stand up to you. Our minds are really beginning to mould, Gunnar, char. As Obradin speaks, you'll be proud of me. I have learnt much since our last talk. Something I can impart on you. That Ondarian army, it walks again. Not under its own influence, however. It's such a shame, those thousands of humans, elves, dwarves, how they strode up in their bright Ondarian silver and blue armour, beyond the forests, along the plains, and then to the walls, those massive walls of Shan, where they set up their siege weapons, and they set up their bows, and they made more arrows. And you should have seen the faces of the guards atop the walls of Shan, looking down in this pure confusion. And then, well, you could imagine what happened next. They fled, the Ondarian army, once Shan understood that it was coming from them, the stones, the rocks, the flame, the spells. There's not much of them left. You'll see when you get there. Shan's suffered too. Soon, though. Soon there won't be many more left. And then we can be alone. Go on.
What do you want?
Well, I've told you this over and over. just to be alone.
So go somewhere, be alone.
These voices, these speaking, this... There's too many of them, Gunnar. Char, there's too many. Maybe I can meet you there. Back in Shan. When you arrive, let me know. We can talk again then. And the voice disappears.
I feel like I would have been talking this whole time.
Yep.
And just, like, talking probably about what I saw in my meditation and, like, how I expect Shan to be really different. And I guess, based on the duration of that, what he would have tuned back into would be something along the lines of, and then I just kind of said, I'm ready to kill Molestra.
I don't think it's going to be that simple.
Well, no, that's why I didn't say it in one sentence. Said it in many. In fact, I spoke about all of the events leading up to what would then be.
I think you're right.
You okay?
We have to kill Oberdin.
What?
He's doing horrible things.
Okay. Not news, but specifically.
There's a lot to unpack. But he seems to have attacked Shan.
He did, or Frazzrblue did, because as I was just saying, I feel like there was illusions there that are probably unveiled now.
I'm not sure.
I do think we should kill Oberdin, though. He seems to be a massive thorn in your side.
Well, it's just that whenever he's involved, I can't think clearly. I always feel like I know the right thing to do unless he's involved.
Do you think it has to do with your memory?
Yeah.
Okay. I told you a very long time ago that we would kill Oberdin, and that it might not be today or tomorrow or next week, but it would happen, and if you think now is the right time, then I trust you. Although, you should send that message to Barclays, because that would help build our trust. You know, more. Anyway, petty, sorry. I can't shake it sometimes, it's just this.
I will.
Okay.
I need to go.
Do you want to stay with me tonight?
I need to go talk to Ragev Sal first.
I don't know if I should leave you alone. I don't know if either of us should be alone.
You're welcome to stay. I just need to focus.
I'll come with you.
The room that has the spell circle that we teleport on, is it just that? Is it just a room?
That's it.
I'm gonna go in there.
Okay.
I'll also walk in there, but not stand on the thing.
It's okay, you don't have to worry. It doesn't just send you places. You have to cast a spell first.
That's fine, but you just mentioned that you're not thinking clearly.
I can't use that spell.
Okay, never mind. Even so, there's some weird shit going on. I don't really want to... I want to stand there.
Okay.
So you're just going in to rest?
No, I'm going to use that space. as
Oh,
a
to
flag.
contact him.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
I'll just sit in the middle of the circle
Mm-hmm.
and I'll cast Sending to Ragav's cell.
Stand there like this, like a bodyguard.
Okay.
Ragav, we're home. We're back at Pilas Tower. Are you okay? Can you leave Shan? Come.
Where normally there is a reply,
Fuck.
this time you wait. And you wait. And we're all going to wait till next week to see if there's any reply.
You fucking asshole!
You doing it?
Alright.
Lots of RPing there. Thank you for your patience with all that RP. Thank you very much, everybody,
Thanks for the drinks.
for saying, yeah. Thank you for the hydrating. My gosh, and we're a bit, yeah, no, I could tell they're a mile away.
If you could petition to have us go until 11 p.m., I'm sure all of us would be fine.
I'm sorry to keep everybody in, and obviously you all here. We're gonna make a
Such a short,
Such a short
party game.
Oh wait, everyone who has liquor left or non-liquor left
Yeah.
must down their drinks
okay.
apparently.
And you?
Liquor wed.
You guys already.
I
did
give
that
this to
us.
you.
Yeah.
I do have to get more of that.
That's
It's
melted
very
ice,
tasty.
my friend.
But
I'm not drinking the
all
melted
down,
ice.
all down. We're all drinked out. But thank you very much. It's very good. Let's
Did you just sip out of that bottle?
No, I sniffed it.
let's talk about hydrating water at some point too. Oh, thank you, Lexa Problems.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful message.
That's so sweet.
This is honestly my first view of you guys, and even though I don't know you guys or your characters, I was captivated. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Here's some good news, Lexa. If you'd like to watch it all the way from episode 23, because before then we didn't know that Twitch deleted live streams after 2 weeks, feel free to tune in then. Jordan and myself are rewatching the early episodes at the moment, and we have gotten better. That's all I will say. We have gotten better. Also, now you subscribe to us thanks to
Thank you
Aeoncraft,
so much,
so you have no
Aeoncraft.
choice but to tune in.
Thank
forever.
you. Much appreciated. It's really, really sweet. That's
If
really
you do
kind.
catch up on those later episodes, you're going to see some treats because Jordan is a recurring character. He has played more characters than anyone.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Michaela has played the most characters.
Well,
Settle
outside
down.
of the DM.
That's
Settle
right.
down.
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
Also new to D&D to this campaign, so some of those RPing moments.
Phenomenal.
I'm cringing at some of them when I've re-listened, but it's been very good.
Oh,
and
it's
hopefully
hard to watch
getting
yourself.
better.
Yeah.
It's even harder when you watch episode 23 of yourself. I encourage you all to go back and
God's sake. Thank you. Thank you very, very much,
I don't have
Malik,
the mental
again.
fortitude.
Gifting us up to Insidious Risk. Enjoy that
Insidious.
Insidious. But thank you so much, Malik, as well. Much appreciated. And
yeah, well, now Critical Role's ended. Everyone needs more D&D in their lives. So
yeah,
spread the word.
look, thank you so much, Aeoncraft. That's very sweet words. Tell everybody, and let's gather the community together and enjoy watching us, because I know we love having everybody on chatting as well, and you've all been amazing. So
The chat
thank
was
you.
fire tonight.
Yeah,
My
much
phone
appreciated.
died. That's how much I
Oh,
was
wow.
using it. I couldn't reply to things. So it was like,
But we'll leave it there. I've got to get these guys home as well. But have an amazing night.
we are home.
That's true. And we'll see you all next week to see what and if Regav tells us anything. Have a great
Greg
night.
Abtel.
Get that in Italiano, por favor.
Ci vediamo la prossima settimana. Buonanotte a tutti.
Come
Is there a team in here? Or are we getting black?
See you, everybody.
Don't need to tell.
See ya.